Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the June 3rd, 2025 Town Council meeting to order. We have arrived at 1 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll? Oh, pledge allegiance first. I called it roll call a second. Would you please join us in pledge of allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Bell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Berner.
Here.
Mr. Farrell.
Here.
Ms. Kay. Here. Mr. Spencer.
Here.
Ms. Tillerson. Is Mr. Cohen coming?
The first agenda item is approval of the minutes from our May 6th meeting. Those have previously been circulated to council members. Are there any changes or comments regarding the minutes?
Mr. Mayor, I asked the town clerk to reinstate my letter from last time, which was, there was some confusion about the letter or my comments, and so I asked her to reinsert my letter in the official record of minutes.
Was it not? I thought it was in here.
It is now.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, all right. And I had a few minor cleanup items for the clerk.
Just a couple of small little things.
And with no other changes, the minutes of the May 6th meeting are approved. Citizen comments on agenda items today. Ms. Mole.
Amanda Mole, Kiwa Partners. I would like to comment on old business item C, which is the consider approval of ordinance 2024-24. So back last December, when this particular ordinance was up for its second reading, it was put back to the Planning Commission because there were some items raised of discussion. And at the Planning Commission meeting in, I believe it's February 5th, I shared some comments. And noting that none of them have been addressed, I thought I would share them again. So the first comment I had was regarding that secondary coverage is already pervious. So I wasn't sure how the proposed percent reduction actually benefits the goal of encouraging pervious over impervious. So that was my first comment from then, and is still a question now because I've noticed that hasn't changed.
Could you elaborate on that, please, Amanda?
Certainly. So on page 1 of 10, it has allowable increase as percentage of the maximum lot coverage went decreased from 10 to 2.5, decreased from 15 to 5, and decreased from 20 to 10 in the various categories, which basically just it discourages the use of pervious material. But I'll go on and read some of my others, and then it might all start to tie together a little bit more. The proposed reduction in coverage for secondary pervious elements minimizes the ability for creative solutions to site-specific challenges without seeking BZA approval. The current allowed percent for secondary pervious elements intentionally aligns with designing with nature coverage standards. The ordinance and guideline language were crafted cooperatively to reduce the need for BZA submissions back in the day. So homes are designed for many months prior to submitting for a zoning permit. If changing coverage parameters, I recommended then that a substantial time period prior to effective date be, to avoid impact to those who've designed to the current coverage parameters. Back in December, it was proposed for after the second reading. Currently proposed, it's for 1 month after the second reading. That is still pretty aggressive, and considering that that will require anyone who's currently in the A or B process to go back and redesign, I don't think that's doing a really good service to the community. And then lastly, at that Planning Commission meeting, it was referenced in the presentation that the design community community had bought in, that buy-in was referenced from the design community, but the previous discussion really has been under most of the design professionals' radar and still is. I don't know that many people are aware this conversation's happening. And so holding a well-advertised workshop with stakeholders, as was contemplated during the meeting, would be a really great idea, but I don't think that ever happened. So here we are back looking at the language again for a second reading, and none of this has been considered. So just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention in case they weren't aware of the situation. But happy to take questions too.
Thank you, Amanda.
Certainly.
Any additional citizen comments? Ms. Cobb.
I've been looking at the,
Name and address, please.
I'm sorry, Lee Stevenson Cobb, 2 Ocean Course Drive.
Thank you.
I am here in relation to item 2 on the agenda, the suitable nesting habitat. I've been, there's been a lot of back and forth on this issue. And I did want to say I appreciate the changes made to this. I have some concerns. I mean, we're delighted that the Ocean Course is going to go ahead and replenish the dunes there, and hopefully that will make it, it should go back to a situation where the suitable nesting habitat is beyond the ocean course in the critical habitat area. And so hopefully that will really help the nesting birds. I do think people need to be aware of it. I think education is the best way to move forward. I have seen there are fencing is the wrong word, but there are lines up now, and people really should be aware of that area. But I also think it's important that people be alerted when there are nests so that we can make sure that dogs, not just dogs on leashes, but all dogs are not just off-leash dogs, but all dogs are sufficiently away from those areas. And I think people have responded very well to the red knots, which are not mentioned here, but I think people are educate one another about it, and strangers on the beach. And I think the dog walking folks are working hand in hand with the shorebird folks. But so I guess my only concern is this, it leaves it a little vague and pretty open for the mayor to decide what to do. I'm very appreciative of the language about detailing the evidence before taking any action. And I think we'd all appreciate it if there have been nests down near the ocean course now, because there is this warning up. It would be good for everybody to know that. I don't know if there's anybody here that can answer that, but.
We get, on that question, as I mentioned on the town hall meeting on last Thursday.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Yeah.
That's right. I get regular reports from our Environmental Services Department with regard to their monitoring of nesting activity.
Great.
Mr. Jordan is actually in the wilds of Alaska right now on a well-earned vacation, but when we had our last, I got my last report from him, which would have been just over a week ago, there had not yet been any nest identified in that area.
In that area.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and you know, we are very optimistic with the replenishment of the dunes, that there will be plenty of nesting habitat there, but we're a little concerned with the vagueness. I do appreciate the change in language that requires a report, but that would be this is coming. That's the problem with being a lawyer. You worry about those details. So. But thank you for paying attention to this, but we do, the off-leash area has become a real support mechanism for many people on the beach, and there are many, many people who are involved both with shorebird stewardship as well as walking their dogs. and people should be aware of that. And it's an excellent opportunity for education of all parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Any other citizen comments? Craig, would you like to introduce our guest speaker?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and Key Island community. It's my pleasure to introduce a highly respected, experienced colleague, Mr. Director Justin Pierce of Charleston County Emergency Management Department. Director Pierce has over 20 years of expertise in Homeland Security, emergency management. He previously served as the Director of Emergency Management for the Los Angeles World Airports, where he led major initiatives, including the planning for Super Bowl teams, Super Bowl 56 teams arrivals, the Summit of Americas. He was instrumental in revamping the Los Angeles Airport evacuation and repopulation procedures and refashioning its alert and warning system. Before that, Director Pierce was the Deputy Chief of the Preparedness Division for the District of Columbia's Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, where he led critical planning efforts and EOC activation for major national events, including the State of the Union Address, the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, and the presidential inaugurations. He has led teams of over 60 emergency management and intelligence professionals and contributed to key policy groups within the National Capital Region. He also served as a regional coordinator for Tetra Tech Incorporated and is a 2024 graduate of the Naval Postgraduate School Executive Leaders Program. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Director Justin Pierce.
So I'm really questioning whether you're qualified for your current position.
I'm not sure yet either.
Please, Director, go ahead.
Sure. Well, first off, thank you for having me. Again, my name is Justin Pierce. I'm the Director of Emergency Management for Charleston County. I just started in December, and it's been an exciting past couple of months as I've gotten to know all of our stakeholders, like many of you here today. This afternoon, I'm here to talk about two things. The first is to give an overview on how the county responds to hurricanes and how we are here to support all of our municipalities on those very bad days. And then second, I will try to make somewhat sense of what's going on right now. I'm sure you all have heard there's a lot of talk about the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, in DC. It is wild, wild west right now in DC. So I will give you an overview on what's happening, what are those impacts specifically to Charleston County, and what we're doing to sort of lean forward, anticipating any changes to FEMA's response and financial support following a catastrophic disaster. I am here on your time. I can take questions as we go through. So if there's anything that you hear or need clarification on, please don't hesitate to ask any questions. Just for context, for some background, Charleston County Emergency Management is a department within the Public Safety Directorate. Our mission is very simple, and that is to help plan for, respond to, and recover from all hazards that impact the county through collaborative partnerships that we have across the Homeland Security and Emergency Management spectrum. During a disaster, there are certain functions that we provide to the community. First and foremost is public information and warning. That is what's going to happen, what are the impacts going to be, and what is the call to action for both our public and for our first responder community as well. Number two, planning, or as I like to call it, problem solving. Number three is operational coordination. So we will call the huddle when we bring together all of the county departments and the local municipalities on coordination calls. So we are all operating on one sheet of music in the event a storm is coming in. Number four is resource management and support. What that means is when a municipality needs a resource, which could be a piece of equipment, a search and rescue team, a bulldozer, debris removal, whatever sort of widgets, and I'll use that word to just describe all the different resources that any of our partners might need. Our job is to go find it. If we can't find it in the county, then the next thing is we go up to the state and we ask the state emergency management agency for support. Then they go through their network to try to find that resource. And then if they can't find it, they go to the Federal Emergency Management Agency or FEMA to find that resource. So that's sort of how that process works when we need to identify resources during a hurricane. Next, we have 2 search and rescue teams with our volunteer rescue unit that we can deploy to help any municipality during an incident. And then there's the disaster recovery piece. This includes damage assessment, debris removal, and financial recovery should we receive a presidential disaster declaration from the president. Next. I like to take big complex concepts and try to make them as simple as possible. So I like to draw lots of pictures and flowcharts. That's what makes things easier for me to understand. So up on the screen here is sort of a breakdown on that overarching hurricane response. As I'm sure you're all aware, when the National Weather Service starts to predict a hurricane or a tropical storm brewing in the Atlantic, you'll have that cone of uncertainty, which is those noodle charts where they're potentially modeling that hurricane will come in. Once that cone overlaps Charleston County, that literally starts the clock when we will start to call in operational coordination calls with all of our partners to assess the situation and determine which actions are necessary to protect the county and all of our businesses and residents and visitors. That next phase is when we start to make the big determinations on whether or not we need to even activate the county's Emergency Operations Center, or the EOC. That is our central hub for command and control for the entire county. We'll bring in county departments and municipal liaisons to go there. I call it as our big problem-solving location. So whenever there's an issue in the county, if that problem trickles up to the Emergency Operations Center, they're there to solve it. The next phase is when we start to look at, again, going back to those resources and what resources that we need to bring to our local municipalities to help with our response. We start to reach out to our local communities and VOADs, which are volunteer organizations active in disaster, to provide services to the public. And then also, again, that's where we'll push out public information and warning, and then call upon any volunteers that we need to help with any mission gaps. And then phase 3, which I call the recovery phase, and that's when we're trying to get back to normal, when we'll start to demobilize resources in the field, we'll close our Emergency Operations Center, and then the big piece is that financial reconciliation, that if we were a disaster declaration declared, there's mechanisms and programs that the town of TOKI would to qualify for federal reimbursement, which we would facilitate with the state and FEMA. So that's sort of the hurricane response in a snapshot. There's been a number of enhancements that we've made for this upcoming hurricane season that I'll bring to your attention. The first is that we have a 120-hour hurricane guide. This guide is for our first responders and emergency managers of the county that sort of give us the playbook on things that we need to consider when that clock starts at about 120 hours. We also identified one new temporary debris management site. This is a location, again, where we would move debris off the streets to a location to store it before it's permanently removed following an incident. To staff our Emergency Operations Center, we've established 3 emergency response teams. These are county employees that we would call upon during a hurricane to operate inside our Emergency Operations Center. We have a critical lifeline dashboard, which is a situational awareness platform, so we have a better understanding of what's happening all over the county so we can make better informed decisions. And the last but not least, we've invested in new technologies to enhance our weather forecasting so we have more precise models so we can anticipate those impacts sooner and get critical information out to the public so they can take action. So that's sort of our response to hurricanes from the county perspective. Any questions? Yes.
How immune is the county organization from, I'm sorry, how immune is the county organization from things that might be happening at a much higher national level in Washington, D.C.? In other words, how independent are you and all of your activities and your manpower and your funding?
So we have a lot of connections to DC. I mean, first and foremost is the funding piece. Emergency management as a whole relies on a lot of these Homeland Security grants that FEMA issued, not just in Charleston County, but throughout the entire state. So as those grants are cut, it does have operational impacts to the way we can do business and our capabilities to provide services. Luckily, we have very strong support from our county administrator and county council that are actively working to fill those financial gaps. In terms of operational impacts, we're building our local search and rescue teams. We have a better understanding now of where FEMA wants to cut back from in terms of their response, and so we're actively looking to fill those gaps and prepare. One of the things that they've mentioned that they want to get out of the business of doing is post-disaster canvassing, which is going door to door following a disaster to provide or to make aware of those survivors of the programs that they might be eligible for. That's something that FEMA has decided they want to step back on. So we're going to need to find a way to fill that gap.
I've got a question, and you may touch on this later, and so that's fine. So as far as command and control, what is your interface to our Kiowa Emergency Operations Center? How do you interact?
Right, so the local emergency operations centers have a direct feed into our county EOC. So that is the mechanism in which we exchange information. And when I use the words like problem solving, your local emergency operations center identifies those problems. If you can't solve it, if you need a larger county response, send that problem to the EOC and then we'll get to work.
Is that a tool, or is that an email, or is that a phone call, or is that a telepresence, or?
D, all of the above.
Okay.
We'll do that on our operational coordination calls, number one. Number two, we have systems that we use where those notes, it's like online, it's virtual systems, it's called Alstar. It's a common operation platform where information requests can be received. And then frankly, just whenever Craig needs something, he calls me on the phone and I pick up. And I'm like, all right, buddy, what do you need?
Preferably at 2 a.m. on your personal line?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if you called me that late already, but you, yes. That line of communication is always open.
So I have two questions. First, go back to the previous slide, please.
Yes.
Where is the temporary debris management site, the new one?
I knew I was going to ask that. I will get you the address. I do not have it right in front of me.
Is that the closest one for us, or is there one?
No,
what's
I
the
don't
closest
believe
one?
it. I don't believe it's near here.
Okay. And then talk about the last bullet point. You've got investments to enhance weather forecasting. Do you not use the National Weather Service, or why are you doing this locally, or am I misunderstanding this?
We want to increase our ability to provide weather assessments so we can get ahead of any impacts as early as possible. There's a technology out there called Byron Weather, which we are going to pilot for this upcoming hurricane season. They have different modeling tools and in which we can better predict where we would see impacts based upon real-time forecasts. So we're going to try that this hurricane season to see if it makes a difference for our response.
Thank you.
Councilmember Farrell, if I could just add, the town, we do have a DHEC approved site for Kiowa.
It's here on Lower Johns Island? Or?
It's on Kiowa. It's
Great, okay.
off of the Parkway, but it's approved.
Just on the opposite side of the Ando West development.
Thank you.
Director Pierce, maybe you can touch a little bit upon how you handle debris, disaster recovery, debris removal, and prioritize that. We actually had a discussion earlier today at our Ways and Means Committee meeting. It's agenda item 2 for this afternoon for council to approve extension of our existing debris removal and assessment contracts. But we kind of understand what we need to do here on the island. We've got kind of one main road going all through the center island, so we'll have contractors lined up to do cut and toss at the very least, and for public safety purposes, clear out the major thoroughfares. So we can handle what we can handle here on Kiowa Island, but we've got two choke points as we go off Johns Island. And as you know, even in the best of times, we often have trees down and limbs down on Betsy Carrison Parkway, Bohicket, and River Road that can block and impede traffic. We have a major wind event, a major storm, and there are multiple trees down in this area. What does the county have in place, and how do you prioritize the roads leading into Kiowa and Seabrook versus elsewhere in the county?
So first and foremost, if we were to get hit by a catastrophic, there we go, hurricane storm, opening roads is going to be our #1 priority, followed by power, communications, and hospitals. In that order, full stop. We can't do anything if our roads are impassable. So that's why it'll be one of our top priorities, is to clear those roads with a cut and toss method. In terms of prioritization, we have a map of all the major arteries through the county, which, based upon those initial damage assessments, we'll be lining those up and then allocating our resources to. Our resources will be stretched thin really, really fast, which is why all of those prioritizations, we have a baseline map of which roadways we will prioritize, but ultimately those decisions will come down to the incident commanders in the Emergency Operations Center.
And do we know if River, Bohicket, or Betsy Carrison are on that list?
I can happily provide that list of all the different arteries through the county. But again, it's based upon the needs of the incident, and that's what the incident command structure is for.
If you could, as a takeaway, provide that map or listing to the mayor, that would be fabulous.
Yep.
Thank you.
And is the county directly involved in evacuation planning, reversing roads? Who makes those decisions? Is that the county's EOC with regard to county roads? Obviously, you've got to have a directive coming from the governor initially, but how does that process work?
So obviously during a hurricane, one of the major decisions that we have to make immediately is, well, not immediately, but once we start to get a better understanding of the impacts of the incident, is do we need to evacuate? The county has zones that are labeled A, B, C, D, and E. The governor is the sole individual in the state that has the authority to issue an evacuation order. Those decisions are not made in a silo. He immediately will have calls with the county EM directors. We will be providing our guidance to the governor on whether or not one or more of our zones need to be evacuated. The decisions and recommendations that the county makes are not also made in a silo. Before that conversation happens, we're working with the local municipalities to get a sense of what they anticipate those impacts would be, and that's how those recommendations get rolled up, and then the governor ultimately will make that decision. In terms of the state's evacuation plan, that is managed by state police, in which we're there to provide coordination and support through the specific checkpoints and transfer points throughout the county to get people out of harm's way.
So on that latter point, so the county would not have any direct role. You'd have to have state police. If there was an evacuation order and we were in Zone A, I can't remember, I think we're Zone A, and the storm was developing fairly quickly, the county's not involved, and obviously this municipality is not involved in the decision to make, for example, roads entirely one way out of the evacuation zone.
Correct. The state manages that plan. We're there to provide support and coordination.
When you say state, does that mean state or state police or both?
State, both, yes.
Any other questions for Director Pierce?
I've just got one more, and I think I know the answer, but I'd rather know it from you. So resources that aren't under the town's control, CCSO, St. John's, Corps of Engineers, Guard, all that stuff, all gets coordinated through your office, is that correct?
Through the Emergency Operations Center, yes. That's where we would be prioritizing the resource requests from the local municipalities.
Thank you. So you've had to do this twice down here in the last week. Director Pierce also presented at our Disaster Awareness Day that was hosted jointly by the town of Kiowa Island and town of Seabrook Island. In addition to his presentation, Yes, Larry?
Can I ask a very brief question?
But you have to come up to the mic because the overhead mic isn't picking anybody up.
It's a related question. My understanding is there are 2 EMS sites on Johns Island, the one down the road and one at the junction by McDonald's there. We have 1 engine, 1 vehicle here, and 2 up there. And if there's an accident north of the island, they all move up. And my understanding is that capacity hasn't increased for a number of years. So, we could have 1 van here move north in an emergency. I'm not just talking about hurricane, but other emergencies. My understanding is the fire service here cannot transfer an injured person in the vehicle.
Larry, that's a broader, it's kind of beyond the mandate for this presentation.
But it's an issue, I think,
Yeah,
still.
it is a.
Why can't our fire service really take over?
It is a much broader set of issues involved as to whether St. John's Fire District is able to transport, which they're not currently able to. They're currently not able to do.
Well, what I can say at a broad level is where we pre-position our first responders and our first responder assets is a constant conversation. All the fire chiefs were just up at the Department of Emergency Management 2 weeks ago having this very discussion on when there's an evacuation order issued, where are we moving our first responder assets and people so they are out of harm's way, but not too far out of the way where they're not able to respond. So that's something that we're constantly thinking about and planning for. Obviously, we don't want to put any of our resources or people in low-lying areas that could be flooded because if they're impacted, they're not helping other people. So it's been one of our top priorities right now is to kind of solve that jigsaw puzzle on where we would move all of our first responders should we have to evacuate large portions of the county.
Thank you, Director Pierce. All very timely. Appreciate your time and your cooperation and collaboration with our Department of Public Safety and other entities here. I know the resort is part of the planning, the club is part of the planning, other entities are as well. Obviously, we've just started hurricane season as of Sunday already. I think the National Hurricane Center has put out a notice regarding a system that's developing off the southeastern coast. It's low probability of becoming tropical or subtropical, but it's going to be watched. But we've got to be ever mindful of the potential impacts, and I'm certainly sobered. I don't know, you were, Councilmember Berner, were at least at the disaster awareness presentation last week. And we'll let you talk about the city manager of Sanibel's presentation, but again, very sobering given the fact that they had a direct hit by Hurricane Ian and brushed by 2 others, and so the impacts can be rather profound. But so we all need to be diligent. But thank you very much for your time. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was okay. You were not finished.
I can keep going.
Okay.
I have some, if you want a briefing about FEMA, or we can break down. It's up to you. I'm here for you.
Well, I don't know kind of what anything you have here on paper might change in the next hour, 10 minutes, 24 hours. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, you pay more attention to this, is the acting director just yesterday indicated that plans that were developed for new strategy coming in this hurricane season have now been kind of put on the hold or back burner, and they're resorting to last year's plans.
Yes. To summarize, it is a mess right now in D.C. with a federal emergency management agency. It's a constant pivot of what type and to what extent FEMA is going to support their mission during response to an emergency. They had previously issued guidance that went out on some of the areas that they were going to pull back on. The ones I mentioned earlier about like canvassing, supporting disaster recovery centers, and immediate disaster recovery housing. They were going to develop a new plan for this upcoming hurricane season, and then I think literally just yesterday, if not this morning, they flipped the script again and they said, we're scratching that new plan, and now the plan will be last year's plan. So it's a constant moving target, but because of that, we're not just sitting and waiting to see what happens with FEMA. There's a number of things that I talked about that we did in the off-season to prepare for any upcoming changes. We proposed 9 recommendations to County Council, regardless of any FEMA changes, to better position the county as a whole for any type of an emergency. Those 9 recommendations were accepted, and we're now working actively to work on those.
I appreciate it. Well, perhaps we can invite you back again if we get any clarity as to what FEMA's action plans are actually put in place going forward. 'Cause I know there's a FEMA review committee that was established by a presidential executive order, and it has not yet produced anything.
Yes, they had their first meeting, and then from their first meeting, the official clock started where they are required by law to provide a recommendation to the president on what to do with FEMA within 180 days. I believe that takes us to mid-November when we should see that recommendations. But then FEMA's already said they're not going to wait and for that stop, that once those decisions are made, they'll start to roll those out.
Thank you. Anything else? No. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you very much, Director Pierce.
Well, that's sobering.
Updates. I will begin. Last week I hosted a town hall community forum here in this room on Thursday afternoon. A lot of interesting comment and feedback. Won't go into detail about all of that. The one thing that was somewhat disconcerting to me was, particularly given the fact that these were people that took the time to attend and are generally more engaged in issues of community interest around the island, to what extent there still is an unfortunate lack of clarity about who is responsible for what around Kiowa Island. And there were too many questions that were posed to me that I had to kind of defer. We had a couple of KICA board members in attendance, and one who is here today did chime in at one point in time. Thank you for that, Sherry. But I wasn't able to address them because I said that's not within the province of the town. The one that keeps coming up most is in one shape, form, or fashion related to gate access. And I would note that there was a KICA board meeting yesterday, and things like boardwalks, gate access, and others are all under kind of policy review now with the new board. In fact, there will be an additional board member by the time we have the July board meeting. One suggestion that did come out of the town hall as well as at the KICA board meeting yesterday, it would be, gee, wouldn't it be a good idea to do kind of a joint town hall? Hallelujah, I'd be happy to do that with the board chair of KICA, or if we want to do a joint noticed KICA board and town council meeting just to entertain questions about a wide range of issues, I think we'd all be certainly open to that on our end. But yes, more conversation about these issues. We do have distinct jurisdictional responsibilities, but there are a lot that are blurred and in this gray area. And in any event, we need additional cooperation and collaboration on so many of them, but there still needs to be a pretty good education effort. Some of the other issues that were raised related to both the boardwalks, which has animated a lot of the community in recent Kiowa back and forth. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the context of the beach management ordinance. Same thing with regard to other aspects of the beach management ordinance, particularly related to the off-leash area that was addressed by Ms. Cobb. So we'll talk about those a little bit later in the agenda. One issue that did not come up that I just want to touch upon because it was another thread on Kiowa that got a lot of, engendered a lot of back and forth was dealing with leaf blowers on the island. Personally, I would love it if we could get rid of two cycle gas-powered leaf blowers. I think they're extraordinarily noxious, both noise pollution and air pollution. But you know, we're not quite there yet. I would note, though, for the record, that for those who said, gee, it's a bridge too far to ultimately move away from banning gas-powered leaf blowers, particularly two-cycle gas-powered leaf blowers, as many communities around the country have done, the town recently bid out and got a new landscape contract vendor. One of the requirements for our contract was electric leaf blowers, use of electric leaf blowers, and you actually got even more points if you had other electrical equipment. We had no issue in getting any number of vendors to bid on the contract. We had 6 or 7 large landscape companies that all said we're perfectly fine going at least gas-powered, electric leaf blowers, if not, I think our current vendor, everything is electric. Is that right, Brian? Right now. So our new vendor, everything is electric. My hope is, and maybe whether we'll look at these issues from a town ordinance standpoint or not going forward, I would hope that we could, the town's experience, and we've handled this for a little while, maybe KICA, the resort, or other entities on a voluntary basis could start moving in this direction. So we can have a further conversation about all of that at a future date. Another issue that had come up at the KICA board meeting yesterday, they passed a policy with regard to speed enforcement on the island, on the KICA-owned roads behind the gate as it pertains to contractors and their employees. I would just note that we've had several conversations with CCSO about speed enforcement related issues outside the gate on Kiawah Island Parkway, Beachwalker Drive, and particularly on Betsy Carrison Parkway. The Sheriff's Office has been extraordinarily responsive. You may have seen additional presence and enforcement of speeding in these areas recently. The town has put up a speed monitoring device on Beachwalker, and I believe this week we'll also put them up on Kiawah Island Parkway as well. So that's something we're going to continue to pay close attention to. We've received a number of inquiries, particularly from your community, Council Member Spencer, about kind of the initial stages of the build out at Ocean Pines. Shouldn't come as any surprise to anybody. We announced several months ago that we had reached the settlement agreement with the developer that allowed the development to proceed on Ocean Pines, and that is starting. So people up and down the Beachwalker community should expect that there will be an increase in commercial activity along Beachwalker in the coming weeks and months. You're probably going to be surprised and maybe chagrined at how many trees are going to be coming down, but it is what it is. The one thing that I would note is that the town, as part of its recently adopted encroachment ordinance, has, in conjunction with the issuance of an encroachment permit, has imposed a number of conditions intended to address public safety and welfare concerns with regard to access along Beachwalker and encroachment into the town's right-of-way, primarily designed to manage the time and volume of construction-related traffic on Beachwalker and through the KIP and Beachwalker Drive intersection. We've tried to, as much as possible, mirror the KICA rules and regulations with regard to the timing of commercial activity on the island. We want to make sure that there's no blockage of Beachwalker Drive unless we've scheduled it in advance with the town and arranged for traffic control. No blockage whatsoever for staging or other purposes on Saturdays when the members of the community are accessing Beachwalker County Park. We've provided in our last Friday's update, I believe, or there may have been the week before that, a complete list of the terms and conditions, so if anybody's interested. But folks in that area should understand that there will be some enhanced commercial activity in the weeks and months ahead. I do want to touch upon one issue regarding architectural control or architectural review. There are a number that pertain potentially to the town, I want to address something else. Another action item that was discussed yesterday at the KICA board meeting was KICA's intention to move forward to establish its own architectural review committee with regard to its common properties. As everyone, I think, will here recall, that it was now almost 2.5 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, we established an architectural review task force. And it spent a 1.5 years developing a series of recommendations that where we left it at the end of the fall was that there was going to be a transition, discussions regarding a transition of architectural control from the current developer-controlled or owned architectural review board to put that under the purview of the community association. My understanding, as part of what engendered the comments yesterday in the review about common properties, is that discussion has not progressed particularly quickly, if at all, and there is no transition plan in place for transitioning control. I was told that it was possible that the developer would cede control of architectural review with regard to residential properties, single-family residential, to KICA. That hasn't happened yet, but would retain control of commercial and multifamily. If that is to be the case, it would be my intention to bring before the council in the near future, pursuant to our statutory authority under South Carolina state law, particularly section 629-870, to establish our own Board of Architectural Review that would not necessarily have responsibility for all architectural review on the island, but would have architectural review with regard to at least commercial and multifamily development. So stay tuned on that. My hope is still that discussions can progress between KICA and the master developer, but if that doesn't happen, then would be my intention to move forward on this. The last thing I want to note is that we had issued our RFQ with regard to architectural firms for a design competition for the Civic and Cultural Center wing addition to this building. Very pleasantly surprised at the turnout. We got 12 firms that responded, and in person, or maybe others that respond, but 12 firms that came for a site visit. And so we'll have our work cut out for us in sifting through those qualifications and narrowing it down to 3 firms to actually participate in the design competition. And again, I want to thank staff and Council Member Berner for his hard work on all of that effort. That concludes my update. Council Member Berner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I truly love my job here, if you want to call it a job. I have 2 hats that I wear. The first one has to do with improving the Kiawah experience. And we had just completed, or I have just completed wearing that hat with respect to the RFQ that went out, so I don't need to discuss that anymore. But the next phase is going to be quite arduous. The other hat I wear is with respect to safety, and I really enjoy this hat as well. With respect to the last month, we, with the onset of the hurricane season, we had an emergency and hurricane tabletop exercise right in this room here about what to do if certain events happen, not just with respect to hurricanes, but we even did a drill with respect to if the bridge went out. So I enjoy it immensely because this is all for the public good, and we do a lot of what-if investigations. Somewhat, well, it's actually not related to it, but this coming Saturday is going to be the Swim Across America. 10 a.m. Is when it's going to be ending. The swim itself is going to start at 8:30. We don't know if it's going to start at the sanctuary or at Night Heron. Depends on which way the water is flowing that morning, so it's a day of event. But I'm happy to say that the community emergency response team that I'm leading up is going to be providing protective services for the swimmers in the ocean. Looking forward to that. Again, we're going to 1.5 to 2 mile swim. somewhere around Night Heron Park. We don't know again if we're going east or west, but if you're at all interested, it should be attended by a lot of people. The last thing I want to talk about is what Brad mentioned earlier, was a disaster awareness meeting that was held at Seabrook. Very, very humbling experience. I'm going to go back to 2022 when Sanibel got hit, right? It got clobbered by Hurricane Ian. And what came out of the disaster preparation and the meeting was that as late as the day prior to landfall, that hurricane was still forecasted to be off the coast of Sanibel and was forecasted to hit ground or hit the land at the elbow, where they call it the Big Bend. And so I'm bringing that up because Justin and other people at the meeting, and I'm bringing it up because I want Kiowa to be aware of this. They did a survey, they did an analysis, an investigation of what makes people evacuate. And the responses they came back with, the two primary ones were their recent experience with respect to hurricanes. So they evacuate and it's not a big deal, and then they get used to that pattern. Why am I evacuating? And there was no big deal. The other one was with respect to weather forecasts. And that's why I'm trying to make this nexus. The weather forecasts the day before said Sanibel was not going to be hit directly. The day of, then they showed the track of the hurricane that it took. It was traveling in the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, whatever you want to call it, traveling offshore, heading up to Big Bend. At the last minute, it took a right turn, did a right angle, right-hand turn, right into Sanibel. When that happened, and they had these videos of cameras and cameras that were on the beach, in a matter of 1 hour, because the hurricane took an unexpected right turn, the water level rose 4 to 6 feet. In 1 hour. Shocking. That can happen here. If you get an unexpected turn of a hurricane and it hits us directly, you can have a water rise of 4 to 6 feet in 1 hour. Now, what happened, they had a whole bunch of people that had decided not to evacuate because their previous experience was they keep evacuating for no reason, and they relied on the forecast, which was wrong. So they were stuck hiding in the attics of their homes because the fire department had already pulled all of their resources off island. They were alone for 24 hours, clinging to rafters in their attics. The message being is that evacuate. If the message comes out, please evacuate, because you will be left alone if all of a sudden the water rises. So sorry to put a downer on that, but I'm really doing this as a public service announcement. Listen to the forecast. When the mayor makes a declaration or the governor makes a declaration to evacuate, get out of Dodge. Thank you, sir.
We're sobering. Councilmember Kay, you have light news for us?
Yeah, let's we'll talk about the breach of the island down west of the Cape, just for some fun. Last month, we had the Coastal Science and Engineering annual report on kind of the state of the beach, and generally very good news. And the meeting minutes, I was going to tell Petra, did a very good job of providing a synopsis of this particular report. The beach is healthy. It's very, very dynamic. There was recently reporting the attachment of the shoal down at the very far eastern end of the island, out by Ocean Course. But there was also the report of the dynamic happening at the western end of the island, which would be down at Captain Sam's and in the environs of the Cape. And there was some data that was presented that talked about the state of that part of the island in 1949 when there was a breach immediately west of where the Cape is now. Anyway, that put up red flags around Resiliency Committee and Environmental Committee, and there was kind of a call from the dais that said, okay, you've got your first big assignment here is to look at the kind of risks that are involved in this situation. So we've invited the Coastal Science and Engineering folks to come back to next week's Environmental Committee meeting. That's June 6th at 2 p.m. We'll have as many folks from Environmental Committee and Resiliency Committee there as we can get, but I also think it's going to be critical that folks from Lance's infrastructure and from Russ's committees on public safety come, because what we've asked for is a lot less of the general state of the island beaches and more specifically what is going on at the far eastern end of the island and what is happening down at the western end. And they will be able to provide us with a lot of side-by-side photographic evidence of what did the beach look like in 1960 here versus 1970 versus 1980 versus now. So we'll get a really good visual picture. We've also asked them to provide, to the extent possible at a very preliminary stage, what kind of suggestions might they have for us to begin to approach this problem. It's kind of the first big resiliency issue, but it crosses so many different areas of expertise of the various committees we have on the island. And it's a public meeting, so those of you who are interested, you're invited to attend. I think it could be another sobering presentation, but I'm hoping that it'll be informative and that it'll get us going, at least thinking about some of the options that we might want to take. So again, that's next week, June 6th, 2 p.m. Secondly,
I believe it's June 11th. 11/6 is this Friday, I believe.
I'm sorry?
You said June 6th, that's this Friday.
June 11th.
11th, yeah.
At 1.
And June 11th is? Okay, so that's the correct date. I'm sorry if I misspoke. June 11th, 2 o'clock, here in this room. Secondly, I would like to acknowledge the resort's continuing efforts to advance our efforts on dune protection. A year or so ago, I met with Roger and asked if they could please post some signs along the ocean-facing holes on the back 9 at Ocean. Those signs were up within a month, and when we had a brainstorm that resulted in further reinforcing the fact that those dunes are out of bounds, and could the starters, when they're sending the golfers off of the first tee, could they please reinforce that message? Out of bound dunes, don't go in them, to the golfers. Immediately the resort said yes, and so this is not going to solve all the problems of golfers going in the dunes. There are people who will do stupid things regardless of how many times you tell them not to and how many signs you have posted. But it will help, and I thank the resort for very, very quickly responding to all of those requests. Third, there's been a lot of talk among the community and at the mayor's town hall last week, just about, and a lot of discussions here on the dais about capital improvement projects. I think that there's an opportunity that exists for us to sit down as a council and the community to talk about some of these ideas. And so I've broached this with some of the council people and with the mayor, and we're going to start planning for something, hopefully this fall, that will take a look at some of those projects, how feasible they are, how important they might be, and how much we want to pursue going forward with them. And then finally, just a comment on whether or not I do need another hole in my head. When there's mention of yet another ARB, I think I need that about as much as I need the extra hole in my head. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Farrell.
Actually, I have a bottle underneath my desk here that you might want to partake in. If sorry about that. I apologize. Couple things. Let me. You know, I'm the exciting guy. I'm going to talk about money. So first, let me just talk about the budget for a second. We're 11 months in. Budget looks again very healthy, continuing. Our revenues are going to be marginally ahead of our expectations. That's good. Our expenses are going to be significantly lower than our budget. That's actually better. So we're going to add a lot to our fund balances if things continue on the same course. And that just makes us financially stronger. And to the extent we do have some event, we'll be in a great position to respond to that event if we get no help from the federal government or anyplace else. And as we look forward to next year, again, we've proposed another, and we talked about this before, a conservative budget in terms of revenue and expenses. And we should expect that to be a continuation of a very good set of years. Just one quick thing, where we're head for revenue is under building permits. I think everybody would have guessed that. If you go in and just seeing the traffic and the number of trucks parked on your streets, you probably would have guessed that. The other one is we're slightly ahead of interest, with interest rates staying stickily, if that's a word, stubbornly high. That's benefiting the town as the second biggest contributor. The second thing on financials is our state accommodation tax. We met this month. We had 15 applicants. That's the most applicants I think we've ever had. We had requests for way more money than we have to allocate. That was the first time that's happened. We looked at those at the Ways and Means Committee, and I think you're going to find out later that we're going to postpone voting on that. There's more information requested about the specifics so that we understand better how we're allocating the money, what we're allocating to, and quite frankly, why certain entities are not getting as much as they need. So as we start to move into an environment where we've got more applications and more demand for money, we really have to start focusing on prioritizing and making sure where we're restricting folks or folks are not getting fully funded. That's really the intent of what we're trying to do. There's also a desire to have a bit more philosophical approach to what we're doing to accomplish that. And so we're going to work on that over the next several months as well. The last thing I would say, and this doesn't have anything to do with financials, but Mr. Taylor back there, I've got some information I want to share directly with you. As a result of kind of our conversations last month about setbacks, let me read to you a direct quote from the BCM that I got about critical lines. The department is working on getting some sort of guidance or map that shows which ponds on Kiowa are under the jurisdiction of BCM and which are under the jurisdiction of the town of Kiowa. However, this currently does not exist, which has resulted in a more depth and longer time to review. So this has been one of my bones of contention as we've talked about, buffering and other things, is who determines where the critical line is. I've actually called surveyors. They don't really have a good idea. KICA doesn't have a map. Now I find out that the state doesn't have a map. They're going to do a long review. So I might come back to this council, Mr. Mayor, and suggest we do something with KICA in terms of testing to help us understand where the critical lines should be, because the state doesn't know what they're doing at this current time with regard to lakes and lagoons on the island. That's all for me.
Councilmember Farrell. Councilmember Spencer.
And just to follow up on that, I'm tracking an issue where there's a question about what is the real critical line also. So there's probably more to it, like you're pointing out.
We should talk more after this then to make sure we're all synced up on this, because it's crazy.
Yeah. Just a few comments. Thank you to Mr. Gottschalk and the Public Works Department. I noticed a week ago Sunday in the downpour, it looked like the leisure trail did not flood. So great work on that. Thank you. This week, the Planning Commission is going to be taking up the cell tower zoning recommendation that the Infrastructure and Public Works Committee voted on unanimously last month. Interested in seeing what comes through that process and how that proceeds going forward. Thank you to the different stakeholders who have been working on that, by the way. Kika's been part of it. The resort's been part of it. Roger, thanks for Plumman's help as we've been looking at different sites and stomping around. It's been very helpful. And the letter that you signed out as well. We're continuing to have discussions about how to extend fiber to the home for broadband access, meeting with AT&T this Friday to figure out what might be some alternatives to try to advance that. We'll be meeting with Comcast in a month or two as well on similar kinds of conversations. One thing that I've gotten out of just the conversations overall with especially the cellular service providers, but others as well, is that Q is hard to do things on. So we're trying really hard as we're having these conversations to have all the stakeholders at the table so that we can confidently tell these people it's worth their investment to invest in Kiowa to bring us modern services so that we can benefit from the things that we enjoy everywhere else in the country for the most part. And they don't want to, because the utility companies and the telcos and all them, they pay for all this. So they're going to put their money somewhere else if it's too hard to get through with Kiowa. So I think that's part of how we got to where we're at. So we're trying to communicate to them that, no, we've got all the stakeholders here together, working together, and we want to help you make life better at Kiowa going forward. The Infrastructure Public Works Committee is going to take a look at what actions might need to be taken, do an assessment of the bridge to extend its life and keep it functional going forward. There are, as Councilmember Berner knows, there's things you can do to make bridge last longer. So we're going to take a look at that as well as work with the Public Works Department on some repairs that were recommended out of the last inspection. Likewise, and I've talked to Councilmember Kay, it's been quite a few years since we've taken a look at the stormwater rise at Mingo Curve. So there's more data. So look at how to collect that data and see if it's changed any of our, based off previous decisions that when it was done before, going forward. Interestingly, and I woke up this morning, Kika's engineer was actually at the inlet taking a look at somebody who had launched a kayak over the Envirolock bags and did some damage. There seems to be more and more transgressions on the waterways that are critical to our environment. And Councilmember Kay and I have talked a little bit about this, and we're going to be looking further into what has happened to date, what needs to be refreshed, what can be done, looking forward as far as our waterways are concerned, from resiliency, ease of access use, the pond system that Kika operates, but the resort's got to roll in, and we've got to roll in, and all that other stuff. Just in the last month, a seaplane landed at Captain Sam Spit. There are boats speeding up and down the Kiowa River and eroding property and impacting the environment. So I think, and you mentioned it today, Mayor, at the Ways and Means Committee, that it's been several years ago, there was some action, but it wasn't robust, and maybe there's some things we can do together to maybe orchestrate a campaign. So Councilmember Kay and I initially are going to get together with some experts and try to find out kind of what the lay of the land is and what's been done, what could be done, and bring some recommendations forward.
Just so, for the benefit of the broader public and everybody watching, what you're referring to is trying to get that at least a mile-long or plus stretch of Kiowa River designated as a no-wake zone, which it isn't right now. Yes, there are a number of different stakeholder interest in that, but those should all be mobilized in pursuit of that objective.
Thanks. I think we've got a great opportunity to work together on that. And there may be some other actions that we recommend that come out of that also. I'm a little biased because I live on the inlet, but the inlet is primary to our pond system. And if there's damage to it, and Kika, for example, is putting a lot of investment into that to preserve it, to make sure our waterways function properly, and if actions are damaging it, what can the town and or Kika do to protect that?
Thank you, Councilmember Spencer. Stephanie.
Just would like to update that, as a reminder, the town currently right now is working on redesigning our website. So we're still in the process of that. It's going to take a little time, but we are working on redesigning our website. remind everyone that this Friday is our third Food Truck Friday. So come on out from 11 to 2. Hope to see you there. Also, on your birthday. And- oh, okay. And Kiowa Next Workshop, invite anyone that would like to come and listen in. It is June 20th at 11 o'clock, and hopefully the goal is that we kind of get a polished document to the Planning Commission to take up during their regular meeting in July. But the workshop again is June 20th here at 11 o'clock, so please come out if you're interested in learning more about that, or if you have any comments, we welcome those comments. And finally, most of you, I'm not sure if council's aware, we lost an employee, Shy Graham. She left. She's actually in college to get an MBA. She wants to pursue a career in marketing. And so we have hired a new person. Her name is Danielle Hensley. She will officially start, I believe, on June 16th, remote for 1 week, and then she'll be officially here on the 23rd. She is going to be a Kiowa resident. She's actually, her and her husband is building a house on Burroughs Hall. And so she's really excited to get here. Her parents are going to be moving actually in Seafield, so it's a family affair that's moving here. And she's excited, and we're excited to have her, but she's going to be the new communication assistant that's going to work under Meredith, the communications director. That's it.
Stephanie, I'm sorry, there was an echo in your comments.
Yes.
No problem. What was the meeting on on September 20th?
Kiowa Next Workshop,
Okay,
the Planning
comp
Commission
plan.
workshop. Yes,
At what time?
at 11 a.m.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Stephanie? We move on to old business. The first item of old business is second and final reading of adoption of the 2025-26 Town of Kiowa Island budget. I would entertain a motion for approval of the budget as proposed.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. I would just note at the outset that there haven't been any, Drode is certainly here available to answer questions, have not been any significant changes in the budget from first reading. And our financial position is actually, as the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee noted, is actually improved modestly in the interim. And the philosophy that we've underpinned this budget is similar in the past to that in the past, probably pretty conservative on the revenue side and conservative on the expenditure side, but in the good direction each way. So, and our revenue reserve funds continue to grow as a result of that. But I would, any questions from council members?
The other thing I would note is, again, last time we talked, Councilman Berner brought up about being very fiscally responsible and looking at some of the things that had gone up by more than a modest amount in percentage terms. And we still think like that. There are several things that are, I would characterize generally as one-time items. Some are exceptions to that, but we are being as very fiscally responsible and still looking at those items and making sure we don't build in something that's going to hurt us as we look down the road. And I do applaud Mr. Berner for bringing that up last time.
So, look, Councilman Farrell, thank you. I'm going to put that in my pocket because I have a comment. The only thing I wanted to say, and so I'm going to, of course, I'm going to approve this, but this is my third budget cycle. So I went back to the first one, and the expenses for salaries and benefits have gone up 31.7%, which is 10% a year. And I know there's reasons why, I understand all that. And our overall expenses have gone up 31% as well. Again, it's 10% a year. We're just in a trend here, and you know, I'm going to approve this, but we really need to take a closer look. A 10% a year increase on average is just too much in my mind. It's just too much, but that's all I wanted to say.
I think I've just got one comment, and it's come up in different meetings. I forget which ones it's come up in. We've got the luxury of having significant resources, but I think we should always, as we're looking at expenditures, look at where other pots of money might be. I know that you drove Mayor Belt applying for a Charleston County grant for some projects. And Kiowa generates a lot of property tax and other revenue for the county and beyond. So, it doesn't hurt to spend other people's money. Can.
With regard to both those comments, and well taken, the largest single expense item in terms of running the government is headcount and salary and benefits associated with that. It's something that, as we've discussed, I'm certainly very mindful of. That 10% increase in salaries and benefits and administration is a product of some kind of ordinary cost of living and or salary adjustments that themselves do not go to 10%, certainly not even close across the board. But as you know, it's part of the overall look at HR-related issues, compensation benefits. And by the way, I should note, for benefit of all council members, that I anticipate that at our July council meeting, we will have our HR consultant come and present an overview of our overall salary and benefits package, and contrast that to other public center entities comparable, as well as relevant private sector entities. But obviously, we also have this element where we don't have control over a couple of our salary benefits,
No, I completely, I understand.
health insurance and the retirement system, et cetera. Plus, we've added a modest amount of headcount. I'm not sure we have any actual new headcount built into this year, this coming budget, do we? No. So it'll flatten out, at least on that aspect of it, a little bit. So, any other questions, comments regarding the budget? All in favor of approving the 2025-6 budget?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The budget is approved. Thank you. The next old business agenda item is second and final reading of ordinance 2025-09, an ordinance to repeal and replace Article 16, the beach management ordinance. I guess I'll start this off, and others can jump in.
We have to vote first? You're getting into discussion.
Discussion. I'm sorry. I would entertain thank you, Councilmember Berner. I would entertain a motion for approval of ordinance 2025-09 on second and final reading.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion. We discussed this at some length at the last council meeting, and there is one proposed change incorporated as a result of additional input received. I want to talk about one other potential change, but I want to step back a little bit and reiterate what we said when we talked about this the last time, that this ordinance is repealing and replacing the beach management ordinance in its entirety, and it was done for structural reasons, for organizational reasons, for clarity reasons, but to also address a wide range of issues related to some uncertainty and lack of clarity in our current beach management ordinance. The import of this is fairly broad, and particularly to address a number of jurisdictional interests to strengthen the town's ability to protect our beach and dune system, and particularly apropos of all our issues that we've discussed regarding the fragility of our island. There has been, for better or for worse, probably disproportionate attention paid to, over a long period of time, going back well over a year, one aspect of the beach management ordinance pertaining to the current off-leash, year-round off-leash dog area, and then more recently to issues related to boardwalks or beach walkovers. Let me touch upon each of those in turn. And this was a subject, now let's talk about the dog leash area first. This was a topic of conversation at the town hall meeting, and we went back and forth on a wide range of issues. This process started probably about 13, 14 months ago.
I would say March
Yes.
of '24.
Yeah, March 24th. So it's been an ongoing process. There have been numerous environmental committee meetings. There have been numerous environmental task force or subcommittee meetings and public hearings, and actually a kind of town hall. Also meet at the council for a long period of time, including first reading and now second reading. So these issues have been shared broadly throughout the community over a long period of time. What was initially coming out of the initial environmental committee chatter, and it was really characterized as chatter early on in the place, about in March, with there was some potential interest in getting rid of the off-leash area during shorebird nesting season.
Correct.
That's kind of where it started. I met then with a number of the dog owners. Full disclosure, I am one, and we met down in the Yappy Hour area and did that on a couple of occasions, and I indicated at that point in time what was the prism through which I looked at these issues. Number one, that there needed to have been some change in conditions that would warrant a change in policy. Because we'd had the policy in place for a long period of time, and dogs and birds had coexisted, at least to some extent, for a long period of time. So that was one. Two was, if there was a change in conditions and there was to be a change in policy, the change in policy should be appropriately responsive to the change in conditions. And three, that we needed to have a very robust process. That just because something was being discussed in environmental committee, or just because it was something that was going to be recommended by a committee, did not necessarily mean that it was going to be adopted by the council. And as I indicated at the town hall meeting on Thursday, I still stand by each of those three things. With regard to the change of conditions, as I pointed out, and what underpinned the original environmental committee recommendations, was the fact that as a result of natural dynamic forces, the same forces that are potentially impacting the ocean course driving range had eroded a lot of, or eliminated a lot of what is traditional natural shorebird nesting habitat to the east of the ocean course access. And I didn't bring them today, but we showed the photographic evidence from on high about those topographic changes. And there had been a natural shift of some, what would have been considered suitable nesting habitat to the west, same forces that push some suitable nesting habitat to the west, beyond the entrance to the ocean course access and the beginning of the off-leash area. After a lot of back and forth, and to Councilmember Kay's credit, put together a workforce, included members of the shorebird community, Turtle Patrol, as well as dog owners, came up with what was then considered to be a compromise solution, but the recommendation was not to close off the off-leash area for the entire off-leash area for the entirety of the shorebird season, but to carve out basically, I think it was a 700-yard stretch of that area and require dogs to be on leash during the shorebird nesting season, approximately 4 months. What I had indicated subsequent thereto was to Councilmember Kay and to some others that I was not supportive of embedding basically into the ordinance that every year for 4 months the area of the dog off-leash area would be closed off. You'd have to be on leash for that 700 yards. Didn't necessarily warrant being 4 months, nor did it necessarily warrant being 700 yards. And part of that was informed by the fact, while there had been changes in topographic conditions, clear changes in topographic conditions, we had not yet seen evidence of behavioral conditions on the part of nesting shorebirds. Last year, what we were told by staff is they identified one new nest in that area that hadn't been there before. Not sure that really warranted a change in policy.
And that was one of the fundamental issues that the community had identified, that without that hard evidence, that a draconian measure was not called for.
So what we ended up doing was a further response to community concerns and trying to, again, balance competing interest and considerations. So what ended up in first reading, which we approved, was a policy whereby the mayor, whoever he or she might be in the future, would have the authority to designate certain areas as suitable nesting habitat based upon essentially a finding that there was nesting activity occurring. And as I've noted, we get a regular report. We talk about these issues at every single staff meeting. You know, Aaron Given and Michael and Jim are out in the field. They're looking. They've got the the Tacoma parked at the far end of the driving range. They're out there visiting the entire nesting habitat area, both the critical habitat as well as this. And as of this date, there have not been any nest found in what would otherwise have been deemed off-limit suitable nesting habitat. So what I've said to everybody, if this ordinance, which we passed for first reading, had already been in place by this time, there would literally be no change in the status quo whatsoever as of this date. Now, having said that, if next week, you know, Jim and Aaron and Michael come and say, we've identified a handful of nests right along near the entrance to the Ocean Course entrance on the west side, I personally, as a dog owner, would have no hesitation saying, gee, how long is the nest going to take? How long before they should be nesting? Another 6 weeks? Fine. Let's say that area for 200 or 300 yards for the next 6 weeks. We'll post signs, we'll let everybody know that for that period of time, or for that distance, dog owners, if you want to enter the off-leash area from the Ocean Course area, you're going to have to keep your dogs on leash for another 200 or 300 yards before letting them off leash. And if you don't want to walk that extra 200 or 300 yards, I'm not quite sure how that's any particular imposition, but if you don't want to do that, then you could drive to the other end and you could let your dog off leash at the very beginning of the off leash area. But that would be it. So what we've done now, I was perfectly comfortable supporting what we did in first reading. But what you'll see in our materials is we received some thoughtful comments.
Yes, we did.
We did. And we haven't incorporated the totality of those comments, but we added some additional qualifications to the authority to make sure that there's a written and rational basis from the recommendation from the Department of Environmental Services to the mayor, that if I make that determination, that will be posted to the town's website, and it will be definitely limited in duration. The outside parameters of any restriction would be the 4 months, and as a matter of practice, it would have to be related to any nesting activity that's actually occurring. So again, it comes down to me as a dog owner who loves to take our dog walk down the beach both during off-leash season and on leash. I've not yet heard a valid argument with regard to how a dog owner or a dog is negatively or adversely impacted if they may have to walk a few hundred yards for a short period of time before they let their dogs off leash. Nobody is proposing, this council isn't proposing any permanent change in the off-leash area. And again, as of this season, and that may be true in any season, there would not be any change in the status quo at all because hasn't yet been a change in nesting behavior. And we also talked about, as a result of the same dynamic forces that were eliminating shorebird nesting habitat, those seem to be reversing themselves right now. That a dike had formed, and that may close in the flushing channel, and the result of that would actually be a significant expansion in nesting habitat in the current critical habitat area east of the ocean course entrance. To those who said, well, that's too much authority in one person, a couple things I would note in that regard is the municipal code has literally dozens of provisions which says activity is prohibited unless permitted by the town, or the town has to approve certain things. Every time it says that, the mayor has the authority to exercise that, grant that approval or restrict activity, or the mayor can actually delegate that to staff. That's what the council has empowered. So that's not unique at all, particularly in the mayor-council form of government. What this provision language does is actually constrain my ability, or whoever the mayor is, ability to delegate that decision to staff. It's the one that resides, and it's accountable elected official that would hold that authority. So a mayor actually has the authority under certain circumstances to declare emergency and close off the island, but that's, one would exercise that very judiciously. So I'm fairly comfortable, personally speaking, with kind of where we are now relative to where we began. But others may have different views or perspectives on all of that, so I invite my fellow council member comments. And then we'll come back for the second on the boardwalks.
Okay, and I only want to talk right now about the off-leash area. There were some really rational and objective suggestions made by members of the community. And again, a tip of the hat to Ann McGowan, who is a member of the subcommittee that worked on this for about a year and did so much legwork that I have nothing but respect for the homework that she put into this. She made a couple of suggestions around language in the going from ordinance from first reading to second reading that have been incorporated. And I think they really reflect the best possible outcome for both shorebirds and for the folks who are walking their dogs. As far as the mayor's responsibility, I've argued with myself and with the mayor about this as recently as yesterday, but I am confident that our current form of government allows for any decision that would be made by this mayor or future mayors to be countered by a council and very effectively reflect the desires of the community. So,
in the council, certainly it's prerogative any time to withdraw any authority that it has delegated to the mayor or the administration to make.
So I think the most important single change in version 1 to this version is under section 16602 that now says the recommendation shall explain in reasonable detail the evidence supporting the recommendation, and that's the recommendation to close part of the beach, and shall be posted on the town's website. Any such designation shall be limited in time and area reasonably required to protect nesting shorebirds. Again, I think it puts the necessary clamps on restrictions around the off-leash zone. I hope that it satisfies.
And I know you did not intend to say this, but for the record, you said close the beach.
I did?
Yes. So you would just for the purposes of the record that it would only to require in that area that dogs to be on leash immediately adjacent to that area so designated as suitable nesting habitat.
Did I miss?
No, you
just
weren't
in my
reading
own
it.
Comments.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am satisfied that this current version is adequate as it's needed now is adequate.
All right, so I have a couple of comments. Not really egregious, but just for the record, I don't think the mayor should have this sole unilateral authority. I think it should be a council vote because this is a significant enough issue. This is really not administrative, in my mind, it's not administrative, but I don't want to belabor it. For the record, I don't think the mayor should have that sole responsibility. I also wanted to follow up on, and I'm only talking about the bird habitat. 16-602 references the nesting season from April 1 to July 1, which is 3 months. Mr. Mayor, you talked earlier about if a nest was discovered, it would be a 6-week period where leashes would be required.
No, I wasn't saying it would necessarily be a 6-week period, but for example, we are into June right now.
Oh, I see, because of now the date. I understand
and
now.
say,
I know where
so
you're coming
literally, if next week, it'd be basically at most three weeks.
No, I understand you.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from. And the last comment I have is because I'm very involved with the Turtle Patrol, and I've mentioned this in previous town council meetings, the coyotes are a significant problem as well. And we can do everything we want to prohibit the dogs from bothering the nesting birds, but the coyotes are still there. And to me, it's not a comprehensive enough ordinance. Something else should also be done to address the coyote thing, because otherwise they're still going to bother the nesting birds. You're not alleviating one of those problems.
We do have, I mean, we've discussed it at length at this council, our newly adopted coyote management plan. What we do know is there are coyotes on the island. It seems to be the number is stabilized as a very low number. There's only been, I believe, when we got the last report, there was one sighting reported in all of May, at least reported on the towns.
Well, but that's not unusual. Coyotes are...
I'm just saying, so there's been one of the coyotes that seemed to be more active is no longer with us. I mean,
but there, you refer to data.
Yeah.
There still is ongoing predation.
Predation.
Of the turtle nests this season.
There is.
Still going on.
And so I'm informed by the scientists, the biologists, and again, Jim's not here, but he would say that level of predation is similar or a little bit less right now compared to last year, that it is not unusual, and that the way he characterizes, that's why they lay a lot of eggs. Because even when a nest is predated,
yes,
not all the eggs are...
Now, we, the Turtle Patrol, are taking steps to prevent as much predation as we can. We're getting out there right at the crack of dawn, and we're actually now having volunteers stand at nests, because there have been instances already this year where a nest was observed to be predated, and before the truck could come to cover it up with the wire screen, it was predated again. So now we have protectors out there. And this is where I'm coming from. So the predation may be lower, but that's because the Turtle Patrol is taking steps to minimize its impact. And it just concerns me that we know there's a problem with the coyotes on the island, and they're still going to be doing their coyote thing, running through the nests.
And unless one were able to eradicate all...
Well, I'm not suggesting, I don't know what I'm suggesting. To me, it just intrinsically bothers me that we're trying to protect the birds by addressing a dog leash requirement. But I don't
By the way,
really think they're the big problem.
thus far, there doesn't appear that staff hasn't advised, informed of any incidents of nest lost to coyote predation. Unfortunately, there were 2 or 3 nests that were lost when we had one of the king tides, that they had nested a little bit too close to the water's edge.
All right, well, so anyway, I don't really want to get into the debate. I just wanted to get on the record, you know, like you said, that I feel we really need to do more than what we're just doing. Addressing just the dogs by themselves, I don't think addresses the entire issue.
And by the way, because we're trying to get more data and evidence, as I had mentioned at the town hall meeting, we have put up a camera in an area that's west of the entrance to the current off-leash area, just west of the Ocean Course entrance. In the first week, there were some images taken, unfortunately, of 2 or 3 dogs in the dunes with their owners not anywhere present, but that wasn't the most disturbing thing. The most disturbing thing was the fact that you had 2-legged creatures there in the dunes, including one well within camera vision who was relieving himself, and the photographic image had to have a little extra alteration in it because of you were able to see everything. So I can't legislate against stupidity. But no.
I've got a couple comments.
Yeah.
And first of all, I want to echo, thank you, Mayor Belt, for navigating the tricky issue and helping guide the process and the players. Thank you, Councilmember Kay. I know you've been up to your ears in this, as have your committee, and Ann and others, and Jim. So I know a lot of work went into this behind the scenes to take a few steps back, to take some steps forward. So thank you for that. And in total disclosure, I'm a dog owner that uses the part of the beach we're talking about. And there's a good reason, because dog loves people, doesn't as much love dogs. So
that's ours as well.
It's better than where Yappy Hour is for us. That said, you know, if the right circumstances, like we've discussed, prevail, then I understand why a little bit extra walking isn't bad. It's a couple hundred yards walking from the parking lot as it is. So, you know, for the better good, I think that a temporary restriction going a little bit further is well within our capabilities. So I'd hope to be within other people's as well. I agree with Councilmember Berner. I think because of how ignited and lively this issue has been, I would prefer to see a special call council meeting. I'm not going to fall on my sword over it based off the other comments, but I think that the council could be responsive enough if a special call were needed to discuss this. And it's not about authority or trust of an individual or an office. The 2 key things that come to my mind, that even though it says mayor, in the absence of the mayor and if urgency happens, who does make the decision? Who does it delegate to? Is it the mayor pro tem? Is it the town biologist? And I'm not quite sure how that succession works of authority.
This would delegate the authority to the mayor.
If the mayor's not available.
So if the mayor's not available, then by our ordinance, it is the mayor pro tem that exercises the authority of the mayor during his absence, his or her absence.
I am a little concerned about succession, and nothing against any mayor pro tems now or future as well. But, and the other reason is, I took issue and pushed back on some of the comments we got about the town not being transparent in this. I think the town went out of its way to be proactive and transparent on this. You can always do better, and it's unfortunate that the word didn't get out, but I think a lot of people found out that this was back on the docket because when you and I talked, you reached out to Ann to help get the word pushed out to people, and I think that's how a lot of people became aware of, and they may not have realized that. But I think that for something that it kind of ignites like this, the ability to have a public process that's visible probably is warranted. And again, I don't think that the council, from what I'm hearing, enough feels that way, but
I agree with you.
Yeah, Councilmember Berner does. I think that that helps not only in visibility, but in communication of the decision being made. And, people become more aware and then they comply and it helps with the enforcement issue. I do think that posted on the town's website is too passive of a notification. I think that we should have a more proactive notification if this comes into place, especially if people are going to be held accountable for it and if we want to have the outcomes we're looking for.
Well, but on that regard, I think this is just a statutory requirement. It's exactly the type of thing that we would ordinarily push out in our email communications, and in fact, would not just wait for the Friday update,
Yeah.
but would be something when it is done.
Yeah, okay, that would be my concern. And, future administrations and councils, I hope they adopt that same philosophy. And we actively communicate this, not passively communicate it.
I have another add-on comment that I think we really need to do something in addition. So Petra, there are those photographs or those charts that I referenced. As background to set a foundation, I believe it was the last meeting, we received data from Rob with respect to how many violations or citations he gives out. And to date, I don't remember the exact number, but it was very, very startling that more than 1/2 of the citations and oral warnings that were offered to date, more than half were for leash law violations.
And in
More
fact,
than
half. Our Public Safety Director, Craig Harris, actually sent updated information.
Yes, and so that's part of it. And this chart here, I asked if we were able then to further filter out the data to residents and non-residents. And what you see here are 221 violations where we don't know if they're a resident or non-resident. But we do have 18 violations for the entire beachfront that were for residents. And to me, that's it's really not that much. But we can do better to inform the residents to stay off of the dunes or whatever the violations are. But the other item, though, are the non-residents. We have to do a better job with the non-residents. Everybody that we're speaking to in a town council meeting here, if we're going to get compliance, everybody who's a dog owner is going to say, I stay out of the dunes, and they're right for the most part. But it doesn't do anything with respect to the non-residents that are walking through this dog leash zone. They're the ones that don't know, and by the data here, they're the ones that are violating the ordinance.
I believe, because we'd asked this question when I spoke with Rob and Saz, that the vast majority of these are dogs that are off leash in the area that's not designated off leash.
I understand that, but the point still is an underlying point is that the ones that are uninformed, such as what you're talking about here with respect to the critical nesting, a resident or a guest coming on the island is not going to know anything about what proclamation you make. They're going to be clueless. So we're doing all of this.
That would be equally true with regard to a council action as well.
Well, yes, but the point being is the group that we have to focus in on. If you have this desire, to protect the birds, which I'm completely, and I want to protect, but we have to go more beyond what we're talking about.
This doesn't reflect my desire. This reflects an attempt to balance competing interests and considerations.
The ones that are going to be the most apt to cause the problem are the guest dogs. Now, this I spoke about at the last meeting, and Madeline, I know you and I have talked about this at your environmental meeting. I really, really think that we should go down the step of registration of dogs, and it's not for a money grab. It's so that we can visibly see those dogs that do not have the bright collar indicator that are the guest dogs. So we can make sure that data set of people who are most likely candidates of not following the ordinances, we then, as a community, not town council, as a community, can make sure that they're aware when you see them wandering around the off-leash area, that they know the rules.
And we have started to look into that and benchmark other beach communities. And many, if not most, have that kind of licensing, some kind of licensing arrangement for dogs.
I think that would help too.
Pardon?
I think that would help too.
So this ties into the beach management plan, which is why I'm bringing it up. I think this is a component that needs to be added to it. If you're going to be addressing the off-leash area, I think this has to be a component.
I have certainly no issue with getting a recommendation from the committee with regard to a registration regime that we can add into the beach, a new section of the Beach Management Act at a future time.
We just started that exploration.
I've got another question, actually. When we were discussing this a few weeks ago, I know one of the issues that came up was golfers in the dunes, and what are we doing to address that? And I thought you'd indicated that somewhere in here that changed the geography so that it also affects the golfers in the dunes. Am I recalling that correctly? Do we address that in here?
There is
Mayor Bell.
There is a couple things. One, there is no specific permission for golfers in their dunes as there was before. That has been removed. The jurisdictional interest of the town, better or for worse, goes to either the setback line, the OCRM setback line, or the primary dune, whichever is more landward. If there are dunes that are landward of that point on private property, there are no town interest reflected in this beach management ordinance. And there obviously are dunes all along the beach that are landward of the primary dune. So there's nothing in and of this, this ordinance would necessarily prohibit all activities in the dunes on Kiowa Island. It's only within those areas that we've defined as our jurisdictional interest.
So it removed an exclusion, basically, that had been there before, is that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. But, and separately, I believe you've had a conversation with the resort about better education of golfers when they're going off the first tee of the ocean course.
That was gonna be my next question. Okay.
So to try to, it's one thing if again, I've played ocean course and many times, and it's one thing if you knock a ball in the dunes, but when you're in there and trying to whack it out of there and chewing up vegetation, everything, that's an issue.
I mentioned that in my comments, that the resort has been quickly accommodating all requests to educate, to the extent possible, to educate golfers out of the ocean course.
Councilmember Farrell, you've been very quiet.
I'm exhausted down here listening to this. Just a couple quick things, because we've touched on a lot of stuff regarding this. First and foremost, I applaud you for kind of co-opting some of my principles from last meeting about not taking away owners' property rights without due process, to think about is there a scientific basis for action, and then making sure that there's a real problem, not just a perception of a problem before taking action. So I applaud kind of the direction you're going here. Number two, I think in order to do the best job we can to protect birds and nesting habitat, I have no problem delegating or assigning or giving you the authority to do that. Even if we could have a quick council meeting, that might take a couple of days. I think that I trust that you're going to be responsible to the public and responsible to us in exercising your duty, so I don't have any problem. If you don't, we're going to have a meeting and we're going to remove that ability for you to do it freely, if we all agree on that. So there is a check and balance there if we feel that you're not doing what's appropriate. But I think you will, and I don't have any hesitation granting you that authority. And third, I applaud you for taking the community input and putting some of their commentary into this document so that it is a real document that's really affected by what the community wants and what they think. So I think with that, I'll stop and turn it back to you to talk about the second half of this.
Thank you. And I actually want to address it because I know it's an issue you feel very strongly about, the kind of this concept of property rights. As a legal matter, there's certainly a privilege that's been enjoyed
Maybe I should have said privilege
for
rights.
a long period of time, but there is no property right on the public beach, certainly. And as I pointed out to others, many people may be surprised about this. The town isn't the only one that has a leash law. The general covenants that apply to all property on Kiowa Island, which include, for example, all the areas from the mean high tide line landward that Kika owns, are subject to the provision in the general covenant that says all pets must be secured by leash or lead or under the control of a responsible person and obedient to that person's command at any time they are permitted outside. So there are already other provisions that apply to everyone that I suspect many people aren't aware that actually exists. So when they bought property here, they already subjected themselves to a regime.
So since you had a retort, I'll have one too. To Councilman Berner's point, I couldn't agree more. In my experience, the violators are generally the guests. And I've talked about this in the past. I, again, think we should resurrect this in some form, is signage on the boardwalks to the beaches to inform the guests that they're supposed to have their dog on leash. It doesn't universally exist.
There are multiple moving parts to all this, so there is a separate working group being established to deal with a wide range of signage and beach trash receptacle and what have you issues on the beach.
It all comes back, and we've talked about this before, it all comes back to communication and getting to the people who we need to get to. And if you hit them as they're going to the beach with a sign, they may or may not have a leash, they may or may not turn back, but they're definitely educated, and I think that's what we should have as a minimum standard.
All right. I think we've, like you said, exhausted ourselves in this particular subject. So the other aspect of the Beach Management Act that's gotten more attention recently is with respect to beach walkovers. And it's not really anything that's related to what we had proposed at all. But there are a host of issues, particularly focused on beach walkover Boardwalk 38, which is owned by Kika, but there are a host of others as well. And the issue became, Kika installed, replaced certain ramps on some boardwalks with stairs. And that engendered a hue and cry and a lot of back and forth. There was some unfortunate kind of miscommunication in what was originally coming out of Kika, and it seemed to suggest, my takeaway, and maybe not wasn't intended, and I think of some others, it was kind of putting the onus on the town that we had somehow dictated that stairs be put in instead of ramps, and that is not the case. What we had identified, the town staff had identified, which was the instance of some boardwalks, which were either in a state of disrepair, we have a state of good repair requirement, or that those boardwalks extended beyond 10 feet beyond the dune into the active beach, which is a public health and safety issue, as we particularly saw when the Cape boardwalks were initially constructed. In high tide, they were blocking emergency vehicle access or anybody else at higher tides. So there was a little bit of kind of back and forth. What I can say, and I don't know if one of the board members who's the chair of the Amenities Committee wants to talk about this issue, she's certainly invited to do so if she wants to, but Kika appears to be highly sensitized to this issue. The Kika board announced yesterday a pause on any further boardwalk reconstruction, and they're in the process of revising their boardwalk repair and replacement policy. And they may take a fresh look at work that's already been done where stairs would be installed. To be clear, our ordinance did not previously, nor does it currently have anything to say about whether the access to the beach from the dune onto the active beach is by stair or ramp, and whether the ramp is perpendicular or parallel to the dune. Full stop. The issue is, and even the revised policy, and I had pointed this out to the chair of the Amenities Committee, kept referring to regulations regarding requiring perpendicular boardwalks. And the concern there was if there was a dune of a certain height, if you went only perpendicular, then it would extend beyond the 10 feet. Well, you can go parallel, which has been done in many instances. We don't have a particular design concern in that regard. There isn't a regulation. But it turns out that there is a provision of the Designing with Nature guidelines. It's not a regulation, but it's a guideline that says boardwalks need to be perpendicular. So an aesthetic consideration, and so the KICA was, I think, trying to respond to the state requirements, ours, and the ARB guideline requiring that it be perpendicular. I don't know why that's a particular aesthetic consideration that would trump accessibility concerns or interest. My view, it would not, but I think if we want to reflect a point of view in the point of the town, I don't know that we need to. Mine would be that for enhancing accessibility to the beach, we should either encourage and or even require ramps rather than stairs where the site conditions allow for that. And then we can specify that that can be either perpendicular or parallel as long as it stays within the 10-foot requirement. So I'll kind of toss that out there. I've got some proposed language which we could add to section 16.805, 804 if we were so inclined. I thought I had, yes I do. But kind of open it up to discussion on walkover issues if we want to touch upon that at all, or just kind of leave it to Kika to work things out.
Well, one thing you can do is just go into basic requirement that every walkover should be a ramp, but if a variation is required where they want to go to steps, they should come to us for approval. I mean, you could set the baseline that way.
Well, but actually, you raised a very good point in that regard. There was also somehow a view that one needed to obtain a variance, and it pointed out that this is not, these provisions of municipal code are not in the zoning code.
Right, that's why I said approval, not
yes,
variance.
And so, yes, we can grant an administrative waiver based upon whatever conditions there are. There aren't any property rights that are being protected here.
Yeah, so to keep it simple, that's why I said what I said, is at the baseline, everything should be a ramp, and if you want a variation from that, ask for approval.
So, and that's invite other comments, because right now we don't have anything that touches upon that. I do have some language that I might suggest if we want to go down that path.
I was going to ask about that, and I'm interested in hearing the language based off other comments, but both now and 2 years ago when the Cape Boardwalk came up, and there was the hubbub about, can and can't, and I real or perceived, there seems to be some holes in what you can and should do, and I think not only for ADA compliance or lack thereof, whether it applies or not, but it's also the discussion of families and pulling beach wagons and all that. There's many compelling reasons, I think, that the default should be a ramp unless there's an extenuating circumstance where it wouldn't be.
Agreed.
The other thing and I live and breathe Boardwalk 38, so this is where I am, and a couple things. I think I can understand how all this occurred. There was a big storm. It cut the primary dune back a bunch. It undercut some of the boardwalk, and I think the KICA did an assessment and said we need to do a repair. Somewhere in here, I think we need to allow for the dynamic nature of dunes, because everything that was cut away, both in terms of the primary dunes and undercut of the boardwalk, has since been replaced. So I could see where they saw this issue, said, let's put in a work order and get this fixed. 6 months later, when they got to it, the place was natural, and now they had to build up higher and come over the primary dunes. And because of the height and to get to the 10-foot egress requirement, they had to put in steps. So I think we need to think about the dynamic nature of the primary dunes and making sure that the aesthetic of it ends up almost like it was before. So somewhere in there, we need to make sure we follow the profile of the dunes as much as possible, and not have a big gap, which is what's created some of the issue around 38.
Well, on the first point, there actually is already a provision that kind of anticipates the dynamic nature in which the beach is expected to recover. What we might want to remove is the word right now, quickly.
Yeah.
And just recover within a reasonable period of time or something like that. And again, ultimately, we have administrative waiver authority, and there's already a provision that town may grant extensions or modifications to above date and timeframes in event of extenuating circumstances. So,
And I think this is a kind of a working relationship with KICA and with the ARB, that these are dynamic. Let's just wait and see what happens and solve the problem, maybe not today or tomorrow, but down the road.
and from my perspective, from essentially overseeing the implementation of this, absolutely, let's be pragmatic. If it's technically out of compliance because of a change in the contours of the dune after a storm and likely to reaccrete, and it's not presenting then any public safety issues, that's exactly the type of circumstance which you exercise administrative discretion to not require a change.
And then my second point is, to the extent we keep the, focusing on the aesthetic, which when I get to the beach, that's really important to me. To the extent we keep the boardwalk very low profile to the existing level of the dunes overall, then you don't require or need hand railings, which become, from my standpoint, the big eyesore on top of the small eyesore. So a lower profile eliminates that need, and then the aesthetics are much more pleasing without handrails on both sides.
So we're starting to go down a path that here it's easy to make a couple of minor adjustments, and whether you want to suggest those now or look at those later, because for the most part, the town has stayed away from any design.
And I think we should. I'm just saying out loud that to the extent we're pragmatic and follow kind of the aesthetic approach, that we don't get into an area where somebody says, oh, well, you need these things, you have to have these things because you're 3 feet off the ground.
State requirements are that you're either a foot or 2 foot above the dune. I think you generally follow the contour, but you always have to be at least a foot or 2 feet above the dune. The problem is, at some point, you could be, if you were trying to follow the contour, you would be really steep going down and really steep going up.
And so this brings me to my third point about 38, is after the cutting was done and the beach renourished, the dunes actually built up greater around the sides of it. And so now you had sand coming onto the boardwalk. And I would love to suggest to KICA that rather than building a new boardwalk and raising it, just go shovel the sand off once in a while. Just a little maintenance is a lot less expensive than a new rebuild.
I would encourage you to attend a KICA board meeting
I understand.
Send a letter to the KICA board or to Jody or Shannon.
I understand.
So I don't know whether we need to go down this path, whether we want to go down this path, but you have 16805 in front of you.
Yes.
At the end of the first sentence, what we could insert is to enhance accessibility. Walkovers extending onto the active beach shall use ramps either parallel or perpendicular to the dune to the extent that site conditions, including the height of the dune, reasonably permit the use of such ramps.
I like that.
I like it. I would probably ask that we take that offline and come back and do that so we have a thoughtful, holistic approach to it.
Yeah.
I think the direction is correct.
Okay.
I'd rather not solve the problem
and
here.
I'm not wedded to it,
Yep.
and I'm not sure that it won't take care of itself, and that may be reflected in the KICA policy. This may help KICA a little bit in that regard, but we can always revisit that at a later time.
I'll just say that this isn't the first time this has come up, and I haven't been here that long. So I think it's going to keep coming up unless we...
Yeah, I do too. I think we should revisit it. I just don't want to solve the problem here. I'd
You don't
rather
want to knee-jerk.
go away and solve the problem and then come back and make sure we're all in agreement. You're okay with that, Mr. Mayor?
What I would at least suggest is, I think you made a very good point, the quickly recover, delete 4 sentences down, the quickly and after recover within a reasonable period of time.
I agree.
Say that again.
That on the 5th sentence down in 17605, where it says where the beach is expected to quickly recover, and just delete quickly and after recover, insert within a reasonable period of time.
I think that's a good
Fine with that.
change. I was getting ready to say that, which is why my brain was engaged somewhere else. I understand where Councilmember Farrell's coming from. Let's not knee jerk. I do like your thought, though, that if we don't discuss it today, let's schedule it for the next town council meeting so that there can be some deliberative thought.
And this is one where maybe all the parties sit down and try to figure out. Like I said, Kika, it may resolve itself, and it may not require
More than Kika.
any town direction. But certainly, I think it would be, I would want the community to hear, at least from my perspective, that I think we should encourage greater accessibility, whether it's full ADA compliance or not, in each and every instance, and we should have some ADA compliance across the island.
It's more than Kika, though. I mean, same issue happened to the Beachwalker Park boardwalk. They initially had steps. People packed up sand into it so that it wasn't steps anymore, and then they built a ramp off to the left. The Sandcastle's got a parallel ramp. We had the Cape issue. We have private boardwalks. There are many parties involved.
And Mr. Mayor, at the risk of beating a dead horse again, the other side of the coin is, especially at 38, now you've created a real danger. And that, again, I was there, my son picked up the wagon with his daughter and all the kids in it, and he walked down those 10 steps carrying the wagon. Maybe not the safest way to do it, but you've created a danger where carrying kids and wagons and stuff to the beach now, the person could stumble, or they might have a kid and stumble, and so the ramp is definitely a little bit of a safer mechanism.
Well, and certainly that was a point that was raised by a number of citizen comments at the Kika board meeting yesterday, some who are a little bit less mobile than some of others. That's a challenge for them to go down 10 steps.
Yep.
But again, I believe Kika is highly sensitized to this. So are there any other questions and comments about the Beach Management Act?
Are we at
So
a point
what I
where-
would suggest is we have a motion to approve, which includes the language that was included, that I would amend that to make the one change to section 16805 that we just referenced.
That's all we're talking about
Yes.
then?
Yes,
I'm fine.
beyond what was already in front of the, and then what we would be, the motion would be to approve the beach management ordinance as revised. What is in front of us was presented with the
Plus
addition of this
16805.
within a reasonable period of time language.
So moved.
And second.
There's a mathematical thing we need to, I have to say no, there's a mathematical thing in here, but you can continue to vote. In
So we're in
16805,
discussion, so what's the mathematical thing?
It says, the walkovers will be inspected typically in May.
I'm sorry, where are you, Mr. Berner?
It's second line down in 16805.
Okay.
80.
Right, so they're gonna be inspected in May, all right? Another 2 or 3 lines down, it says, the owner must submit remediation plans within 30 days of notification. You're in June, right? Allowing 1 month for review and approval, you're now in July. Once approved, the owner has 90 days to cut off the boardwalk and remove the debris. So that is now July, August, September. If you go to section 16807, no, 16808, it was redlined to be 808. It says you can only do you cannot do construction from May to October, through the end of October. So the math doesn't work out. If he has to finish this within 90 days, he's within the moratorium period.
So the idea is, no, what would trump is the 16808 construction timing, and maybe what we would need, get the town attorney's view. It does. The time frame set as far as shall not accrue during this time period. That's right, the last
You can
sentence.
also see a time frame shall not accrue, so it buys them time if it does fall within that period.
It was intended to address exactly those issues.
Okay.
So I guess it's good Kika paused the boardwalk construction because May 1st, October 31st, it's not allowed?
We don't allow during turtle nesting season construction on the boardwalks.
Got it, okay. All right, so let's do the vote again then. Suppose I interrupted you guys.
Okay. All in favor of approval of the revised beach management ordinance on second and final reading?
Aye.
Aye.
Just 16805.
No, this is the higher beach management ordinance.
Nay.
Okay.
Aye.
The motion carries. It is approved. The next agenda item is, and I think we'll invite our planning director to come up and address some of the issues that were raised by Ms. Mole at the outset. This is ordinance 2024-24, and this deals with pervious driveways and parking facilities.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, regarding the ordinance that's before you, I thought I'd just give a highlight of the timeline briefly of how we got to where we are today, and then followed by just a snapshot of the ordinance itself and the changes that are in the text. This ordinance had received first reading public hearing back in November of 2024, which it did get a 3-to-1 vote of council in first reading, followed by a second reading, which occurred in December of 2024. At that time, there were changes made at the second reading, which included removing the replacement driveways for pervious as a requirement and inserting a date of when those new driveways and parking facilities would have been required, as well as amending section 128, which spoke regarding the parking facilities. Those changes with the amendments of town council, those changes were significant enough where we sent this back to the Planning Commission for recommendation. And Planning Commission in their December 18th meeting asked for further study to engage with the private sector. Because of that was towards the end of the year on December 18th, that meeting was not held until February of the following year in 2025, where we are today. And the Planning Commission did engage with members of the private sector, and particularly the questioning regarding the benefits and challenges, both from a positive and negative standpoint, if you will, of pervious paving requirements. Those were representatives from contractors, installers, and other representatives who spoke towards those benefits and challenges of pervious surfaces. So fast forward, the Planning Commission did not take a formal action on that particular ordinance that was sent back from Town Council. And so as such, pursuant to our ordinance and our code, any time period after 30 days where there's no action is deemed approved or recommended approved. And so that's why it's before you today at this June 2nd meeting.
Let me ask you a question. Did the Planning Commission actively take no action, or did they just not get to take an action on it?
So there were two components to that. One was further study regarding engaging with the private sector. They did have an opportunity to do that. And then the next steps was to kind of get more in depth. There was a subsequent meeting held with Ms. Kay and two members of the Planning Commission, one representing the Resilience Committee, Gene Babinick, and Mr. Iwan, who was the chair at the time, to be able to say what are our next steps regarding this particular ordinance. At that time, the thinking was that our stormwater ordinance would be in effect, and pervious paving was just be one element of a greater bucket of things that would be accomplished regarding stormwater management. And so there was not a formal recommendation of the Planning Commission because a lot of it would have been filtered out through the Stormwater Management Ordinance or additional measures that would filter towards the Resiliency Committee that was established.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, I'm hearing you say they actively decided not to do anything else, thinking the stormwater would take care of it.
Yes, but yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
So, John, it would be helpful if, I'm a little unclear now on kind of the process because we've received, I don't know whether the Planning Commission voted or not and what that vote was, but we've received an email from communication from one of the Planning Commission members. It seems to be taking a different view from what was presented by the Planning Commission. I don't know if that was just a singular no vote at that point in time that has a different point of view from fellow council members, or there's been some, fresh thinking about all this. And then also, I don't believe you were here to hear all of it, but if you would be able to address what consideration or discussion there was of the issues that Ms. Mole raised at the outset during citizen comments.
Yeah, so to your first point, I'm not sure what the communication reference, you said member of the Planning Commission, and what that details. If you can kind of expound on that.
Can I just
Yes,
give John my
yes,
copy?
yep.
We got this from Jean overnight.
Madeline, is this the email from today?
Yeah.
Okay, just
I
wanted to
think it
confirm.
just came in this morning.
It came in already.
Okay.
8:23 a.m.
It's thoughtful, but it's one, I'm trying to understand whether it's just simply one council, planning commission member's view.
Yep.
I've heard.
Yeah, this was not, I mean, I haven't gone through the entire letter, but there was not a further discussion with the entire commission regarding the ordinance to post recommendation early. So I think there was general consensus that Jean, being the representative and the point person of the commission who was working most closely with this ordinance and with the resiliency committee, that representatively he was most connected to the issue.
What I took behind the email is the sender, that that person has been almost a zealot for Pervious, initiating, I'm going to give away who it is, but somebody who's been very ambitious about Pervious, very engaged in Pervious, and been trying to drive Pervious solutions across several communities. So for that person to suggest we pause so the Planning Commission can really revisit this, I took to heart, because it came from a person who really wants to accomplish something. And if their recommendation is revisit at the Planning Commission level, that carried a lot of weight to me.
And I would say you're accurate in describing Jean as the person who's been most involved in terms of his own property, but also the most well-educated of the folks on the Planning Commission. He has been the designated commission member on permeable surfaces. And I had the same reaction to the email that we received, as well as an endorsement of his recommendation from the commission chair. So I know that there's at least one planner in the room who's going to not be very happy with me, but I do think that the recommendations that Jean makes are probably the ones I'm most comfortable with.
I missed the last thing you said, the recommendation from Jean.
Are the ones I'm very comfortable with. I would support his recommendation.
And it appears to be with at least one of the issues raised
Yeah,
by Amanda. You
I
may
was gonna
touch
get
upon
to-
at least the 90 days,
yeah.
that they seem to be her concern, and he seems to be agreeing with the concern, at least on the aggressive.
And I think that in addition, Amanda's issue about the additional public forum where where expertise is brought in by way of local contractors, and that, I think that was proposed a while back and it didn't happen. But it has not. I think it still would be a very good exercise to go through.
And as I reflect back,
John brought this up to me because Planning Commission obviously is sitting in a recommendation capacity, and they wanted to defer it and wait and look into it more. And he said, what do? And I said, well, under the statute, if they don't act within a certain time, it's deemed recommended, so we can at least bring it back to council, but it's totally up to y'all. It's just to prevent
That's
Planning
what-
Commission from holding up the legislative
That's why I asked the
process.
question, was it
Okay.
intentional or?
Yeah, so ultimately, you guys can agree with Planning Commission, defer it, let them do their study, or you can vote on it and proceed.
Let's,
But John, we did have that discussion.
Yes.
okay, so anybody have any issue with deferring this?
I don't. I just want to say real quickly for the record that we, in various times that we've considered this, there's been discussion about undue hardship and expense to people with longer driveways, regimes, things like that. I think there's some issues that need to be.
There is an additional issue on the part of some of the regimes on how KICA defines driveway versus roadway and whose responsibility it will be financially if repairs need to be made. So that's something else because of potentially significant monetary expenditure, I think we have to look at.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I recommend that we table this? Is that the way to do this and send it back to the Planning Commission?
Is there, you've moved, is there a second?
So I second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. We move on to new business. May I turn to you, Councilmember Farrell, as the chair of the State Accommodation Tax Committee to introduce the CVB budget issue?
Yes, so the CVB presented the budget to the Audit Committee at our last meeting. They did a very nice job, gave us probably more information than we'd ever received from them. So we'd like to present this to the Town Council for approval.
Is that a motion?
And so I make a motion that the Town Council approve this CVB budget.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Again, I would just say, going back probably 2 years, there's been a request of the CVB to be more transparent and give more information. And I think, from my standpoint, they've really come a long way. They probably haven't come all the way that I personally would like to see them, but they've really made an effort to reach out, to provide more information, to develop relationships and to open dialogue. So I'm very pleased with the direction they're heading with this. And they do a nice job, and they're responsive to our requests, and it's really a pleasure to work with them.
CVB did the video that you debuted, didn't they? Yeah, that was really well done.
This is always a bit of an odd one because the statute, the state accommodations tax statutes requires us to allocate 30% to a tourism marketing organization. It has to be one already established and a nonprofit organization and that has done this. And so virtually every community, the default is to the CVB. We could find another one. We could establish our own. That would be a fairly extensive process. So it kind of is what it is. We have to allocate the 30%. We don't have much choice. Notwithstanding that, I found the CVB to be extraordinarily responsive. They come out here whenever we want them to. What was it? I was at the last CVB board meeting, and I expressed some disappointment. Apparently, IOP brought them out for three meetings.
Yes.
I said we weren't getting our money's worth if we let them go in just one. But and at the end of the day, the proof's in the pudding. The resort does an extraordinary job of marketing the resort in Kiawah Island. The CVB does an extraordinary job of marketing the Charleston, the Charleston area, and there's a reason why this is one of the top-rated tourist destinations in the country and in the world year in and year out, in part because of everything it offers, but also all the marketing associated with that. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Chairman, Ways and, actually, this is both a State Tax and a Ways and Means Committee. Next agenda item is tab 6 is consider approval of the state accommodation tax funding amount.
So the State Accommodations Committee met, and I think I mentioned this earlier, but we had more requests for proposals than we've ever had. I think we had 15. It was the first time there was a greater request than the monies we had available. And so we really talked about our philosophy, how we wanted to allocate money. We reviewed some of what the competitive towns along the coast do. And the SATAX committee put forward recommendations. When we got to Ways and Means, because of those exact issues, because we had more recommendations or more applications than ever, because we were spending more money and all those things, there was a desire for greater understanding and an executive summary of each one of these items, because there were some views that some were clearly appropriate and some were marginally and some were maybe not appropriate at all. So from the Ways and Means Committee, we actually tabled a recommendation to present today. We're going to present an executive summary to all council members so they can clearly understand what we're asking for in these 15 applications. We'll bring that back to Ways and Means and have all 5 council members come to Ways and Means next time and then present this forward. So this is tabled for today.
Can I just ask a question, since we're talking about it? The Maybank Fields renovation and upgrade project, does that qualify for this?
So that's one of the issues we discussed at some length today. It would be my view that it simply does not fit, and you can't even squeeze it into any of the enumerated categories of expenditures. However, meritorious it might otherwise be, it simply doesn't fit one of the SATAX criteria.
That's what I was thinking.
And then that becomes, an issue of, does it meet the statutory requirement? Just because the SATAX committee recommended funding $8,333 doesn't mean either the Ways and Means Committee needs to do so or the council needs to do so. Ultimately, it's our decision. The SATAX committee makes recommendation. It's an advisory body, but it also raised issues with regard to, we had discussions of this at the Ways and Means Committee as well, as to kind of the formula for how these dollars are derived. And it's an odd, I can't even begin to explain it. I don't think we need to do it here. We'll do it the next time. But because one of the 7 members of the ATAX committee said, I would support this, it just automatically gets a kind of a formulaic amount associated with that, which is, I'm not sure that's part of the discussion we have. Is that the right way to go about this?
Well, that answers the question, because one of the organizations requested $8,000 and somehow you came up with $833.
Yeah. No, there is nobody, that's part of the issue. There is nobody, I don't believe, I wasn't at all of the SATAX committee meeting, but I suspect there wasn't anybody that was recommending, I would support $833 and let's have a vote on that. I don't think that's how it worked out.
Okay.
It's an arithmetic average, and we're going to re-examine the rules and what constitutes an acceptance, and then how the calculation method works once it's accepted by the committee or recommended by the committee.
Okay.
So we'll talk about all that at the next Ways and Means Committee.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could help me understand the funding proposed for the Kiowa River Bridge Living Shoreline Project. Apparently what's allocated is about a third of what was requested. What's the thinking behind that?
So if you'll, I don't have the numbers with me, but I think for the, it's on my sheet. I think 4 of the 6 members in attendance, if I get the numbers correct, thought it was appropriate. 2 thought it was not appropriate. 2 voted 0. And then of the other 4, they voted a reduced amount versus $340,000. There is a question, and I'm part of the questioner, whether the whole thing is subject to SATAX because of the extent it goes up and down river. It certainly is a great project. It certainly moves to control erosion, but the word erosion in terms of beach erosion is different from marsh erosion a mile away, or however far that is. So it'll come up again with full explanation. This is the whole purpose of the executive summaries you're going to get for the next Ways and Means Committee, to fully explain that from the committee standpoint.
And to kind of further complicate that one, what the statute says is waterfront erosion. Doesn't say, it says beach and waterfront erosion. So it's waterfront erosion, and it's not geographically defined. But it raises kind of the question, the first cut at all of these is, does it clearly, or is there a case can be made that it actually fits within the statutory, the classifications of statutorily permitted expenditures? Even if the answer is yes, there's a separate policy question that we want to ask ourselves. Do we want to allocate to this particular project? For example, there is no requirement that it be associated, that all the dollars be spent on or around Kiowa. Only primarily do the monies have to be allocated in the geographic area, in the geographic area of the municipality, and that's only primarily. And geographic area isn't defined, and primarily isn't defined. And there are there are court cases that held Hilton Head gave money up and down the coast after out-of-state allocation, up and down the coast after storm, and the court says that's consistent with the statute. But we may conclude, notwithstanding the fact that we could spend money for Myrtle Beach to help them out or something, or Hilton Head or anybody else, we may conclude we don't want to. And kind of the point that the council member was making, and that came up in the context of Angel Oak or even the Shoreline project, does any one council member individually, or do we collectively have a view about kind of how far afield programmatically or geographically we want to allocate dollars, even if we could under the statute? And that's one where he and I just have a different point of perspective on, for example, the Angel Oak preserve, and we might have a different point of view or not on the Shoreline project. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're saying you could clearly see it kind of around the bend of the river, around the bridge, but kind of going a mile up Kiowa River, however meritorious it might be, not necessarily as a policy matter. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah.
Is the appropriate allocation of the state accommodations tax dollars?
Yeah, where does it stop? If it's appropriate, at some point, geographically or from a distance-wise, it should stop. What is that number? We didn't define that. The third thing, too, and probably the most important thing, is their application was for 2 years of funding. And so I think most people discounted and said, what's in the first year, and let's allocate the first year this year and the second year next year.
And by the way, which I would be mindful of, the director of the Conservancy came and said it's hard for them to go forward with a project at all without a commitment for all the stuff, because they have to make commitments up front for equipment and a host of other things.
Yeah, there were economies of scale for making the whole commitment up front.
Does the 118 take care of the first year of the project?
I'm going to ask you to wait for the executive summary for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I shall wait.
You know, this is where we don't get we haven't gotten the benefit. This process, which the process we're following under the chairman's leadership, and I've been involved in this, is different than has been the case in the past. Where in the past, we basically gotten the same request from the same 4 or 5 institutions. There was always more than enough money to allocate to them, and then we continued to build up the state tax reserves and figure out how to spend it. We encouraged, as a municipality, more entities to apply. And that's what happens with most other municipalities. A wide range of organizations, typically nonprofit organizations, apply for dollars. We also, the town council, my understanding is Ways and Means and town council hasn't kind of itself looked at each and every application. As we did with the charitable grants program, they've simply deferred to the recommendations of the state tax committee. And again, we as council members may have come to a different conclusion, both as to the permissibility or the policy of allocating dollars to state tax. I would give a lot of weight to the views of the state tax committee, But again, they're an advisory body, just like the Environmental Committee was an advisory body to the council, and we may or may not accept every recommendation that the advisory body makes.
And maybe to close this discussion out, I hope, we're blessed with an abundance of riches of applicants. This is a great thing that our application base has expanded. We do have a limited dollar amount that now we're starting to have to prorate. And I am very passionate about having a process so when we prorate it, we can say, here's how we did this to anybody, and we can stand up and feel very comfortable. These are our rules, we followed the rules, this is how the proration worked, and hopefully they'll be durable, so they'll be lasting for years and years to come. But we haven't had that problem before, so we haven't had the real need to have that discipline and logic around what we're doing. And that need is here and present today, and so we need to have that logic in place, have that philosophy in place, and have a rationale for when we can say, one person, you got 50% and you got 30%, and here's why. We're very comfortable standing, philosophically saying, this is why you got that.
And we don't want to delay this process any further
Right.
than necessary, because these are monies that we are statutorily required to allocate, and the organizations would anticipate receiving allocations at some point in the not too distant future. So, hopefully, at least by the next meeting, we'll have this
Yes.
all tied up. We have a motion, there was a motion second to defer. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Gottschalk. Next item for discussion is Mr.
Engineering
Chairman.
services.
Yeah.
And Brian, you want to come up anyway? Mr. Gottschalk, you want to come up? So it was presented to the Ways and Means Committee a plan for proposal for comprehensive on-call engineering services. We went out for RFPs. We got a response to the RFPs, and this would be something akin to our legal fees, where we would ask for help in thinking about solving a problem. You want to add to that?
And by the way, Councilmember Berner, you were part of the selection committee on this, so certainly would very much appreciate your input on this.
So just a quick recap of the Ways and Means Committee presentation. We, right now, contract a lot of engineering services for different projects that we've got, from civil to structural to environmental to traffic. And we don't have engineers in-house that can help us with that, so we reach out a lot to rely on third parties. What this is going to do is really shorten that timeline for getting engineering services for any given project. We've got a pretty lengthy RFP process or procurement process for these services, so having pre-positioned contracts with engineers upon whom we can call and shorten that timeline is going to be really beneficial to us getting projects done, and also not just for following through on tasks on projects, but from a consulting standpoint as well. It's going to be it's going to allow us to be able to make a phone call and say, hey, can you put your eyes on this, or can you walk us through this, and it'll be a set hourly rate basically. So it'll really just kind of tighten up that process and help us push some projects through.
And Stephanie, it's true that most other municipalities have this type of arrangement. It's been very cumbersome how it's acted in the past here.
There were 2 or 3 generalist engineering firms and a couple of specialist engineering firms. We are going to use our standard contract language, our procurement contract, and then edit what they have in here and pull it where we need it. Since I did express my reservation about one of the firms. I did not mention them by name, but it mentioned what my reservations were. But with that, I still voted to move forward with the recommendation. So, any other?
So we did discuss that conflict at length. And the committee agreed to move forward with using that firm because they had good experience with them.
And I shared with the committee, with the mayor, what my concerns were, and he's aware of those. And with that, I'm Since the committee's recommending it, I'm comfortable moving forward.
And by the way, I didn't mention the specific firm, that I was very frustrated with one particular firm when we were trying to get them to come to present at one of our public workshops or committee meetings, and they said, well, happy to do so if you pay us $10,000, which we declined to do. So we were out without the benefit of their advice and counsel. But this allows us to establish an hourly rate for consulting as opposed to do it on a project basis. And also, if we don't like the answer we get from one, cost or availability, pick up the phone and call the other one.
Right, and Kika was also involved on the committee, and they had a lot of valuable input with respect to many of the firms that they've worked with. And they were very helpful in directing us towards who was a good guy in their immediate experience and who was a bad guy.
It's okay. They're one of 6. Well, you should ask a question then.
I don't understand the process here. Are we discussing has the decision been made and there's a recommendation that we are going to approve? Or is there a discussion that the council's going to have based on some experiences with these candidates?
We can, what is the recommendation of what the Ways and Means Committee approved was to recommend to the council that the mayor be authorized to enter into contract negotiations with each of these 6 firms, to the extent that those are successfully negotiated. I'm comfortable with kind of the hourly rate and the terms. Then we have them basically on call to be able to pick up the phone without any further procurement policy to call them.
I understand that piece of it. Yeah. I'm asking what's the process in choosing, you or the council is choosing one of these firms?
No. The council's authorizing the mayor to enter into contract negotiations with all 6. May not be successfully concluded with all 6. It may. So the idea is that what the committee was recommending is, here are 6 firms that we think it would be useful, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be useful to have for the town to be able to already have gone through the procurement policy process, that's what this is, and say, we don't have to go to a separate RFP or RFQ in order to reach out to them and get their services.
I think perhaps what Madeline is missing is that there are specialty firms. The reason why there are 6, there are some for roads, there's another one for stormwater, there's another one for so it's not all 6 firms do all the same things. So if you get an environmental or stormwater issue that needs to be analyzed, there's probably only going to be one on the list that you contact.
Well, I mean, I would...
Or 2.
I think like Kimley Horn does everything. Now, whether they do everything equally well,
correct,
they do everything. Now, they may not be the best at one thing or another. Same thing with Weston Sampson. I think they do everything. They may not be the best at one. They may be known for one thing or another.
All right, so there's the magic number of 6 is simply based on expertise.
Yeah, so there was a total of 14, and then out of the 14, we narrowed it down to 6. And the reason why we did 6 is because the top 2, Alliance and Infrastructure, they're really a generalist. And then we said, okay, even though they can do everything, we then said, okay, Weston and Sampson may be more of environmental, Kimberly Horn may be more traffic, even though they could be generalists. The idea then is, as an example, the top 2, Alliance and Infrastructure. Say there's a road project or a storm drain project. This essentially gives the mayor the ability to pick up the phone. You can pick up the phone to 3 of the 6 and say, we have this project. Give me your opinion. Give me your costs. All 3 may come back to him with different opinions, different costs, and he can theoretically pick one. Now, he's picking one, and that conversation can be a quick conversation where they're like, no cost, we're just going to talk with you. Now, if a project comes out of that, then the next step could be, if it falls within our procurement amount, which is $20,000 or less, then we go through the proper approval process. If it's over that amount, because it's a larger project, then the cost of that project has to come back through the channels of getting approved through Ways and Means and Council. But by having these on-call services, it just essentially allows the town the ability, depending on the task, we can pick 1, 3, 2 of these firms and get some opinion and cost.
My inclination would be just, but Brian or Stephanie would be doing most of these, but if I'm involved, and I may be, pick up the phone, have a conversation first one. If I don't like what I hear, or even if I do, I may call the next one as well. And depending on what their hourly rate is and what they say is their availability and what we think there's a relevant expertise, okay, could you come out, spend a half a day with us to assess this particular issue, and you get charged the hourly rate. Then if we decide there's a project to move forward with, as Stephanie indicated, that may be a separate task order.
And has this list been narrowed down to 6 already?
Yes.
We went from 14 to
When-
6.
When do I see the names of those 6 firms?
It's part of your agenda packet. The
They're in
6.
the
They're all in
memo
there.
authored
We've-
by
They're
Brian.
all under tab 7.
If you want a thicker, the full proposal, we just kind of did a first couple pages of the proposal, but if the full proposal, we have the actual book in the admin office.
And to be
Now it's the second page.
Yeah. And
I
to be-
got it, I got it.
And to be clear, there isn't any guarantee that we'll enter into a contract. The contract negotiations will be successful with each of these 6, or all of the 6.
Okay. The company that I am particularly interested in having on board is one of those that's recommended. I don't want to repeat the mistakes that we've made with some other consultants. For instance, losing 2 years of work on the comprehensive plan. I don't have the time to waste. I've got priorities. I've got things that need to be begun ASAP.
Well, and that's part of what this intended to address. Rather than the past, we've always, anytime we wanted any type of like engineering, even just consulting, like we would go out to Max firm, or we retained a separate firm for advise us on development agreement matters, we had to go through a separate full-blown RFP process.
No. Okay. No, but this is, these people I must have. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. You are still up, Mr. Gottschalk. Next agenda item, tab 8, is approval of purchase of a replacement vehicle for the Department of Environmental Service, the Wildlife Department.
So this was approved by Ways and Means. We did some modification on the original request based on the responders to the RFP, which we thought were not as robust as we wanted to. So we gave direction to Mr. Gottschalk to go same direction, but use a different approach. And I'll let you talk about what we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you. Right, so we have a fleet of vehicles for town departments to use when their responsibilities take them on the island. We typically try to cycle them out on a certain rotation. However, one of the vehicles in the wildlife department has a costly repair in front of it. It was recommended by a mechanic that we try to cycle that one out. So given the very tight timeline that we had, we put together an RFP, sent it out, and unfortunately didn't receive as many bids as we would like to. And the quick turnaround time, we received 2, and they weren't really spectacular bids. And then in the Ways and Means Committee meeting, the mayor brought up a better process for the procurement of vehicles that gives us a little bit more negotiation power. So it was determined at that meeting that we would have a not to exceed price of $52,000 for us to negotiate the price of a new truck to cycle the wildlife truck out.
And the goal is really to use a local vendor versus a vendor from New York, for example, which is one of the responders to the RFP. And local vendors had trucks at extremely lower prices than what the RFP responses were. So we tried to talk the mayor into going to buy the truck. We were unsuccessful in getting him to do that, I think. But so we've given Brian the authority.
We will give it our best.
Yeah, oh, yes. Entertain a motion to approve the Ways and Committee's recommendation to the council.
So moved?
Second.
Now, discussion?
Is it an electric vehicle? Or are we trying to go green?
Not for the wildlife department. We recognize that they kind of have more of a need for internal combustion engine
Four-wheel
vehicles, just nature of their job. They can have that truck out there all day running, depending on what they're doing. So it's just not really conducive to their department. However, in other departments, such as ours, the building department, will continue to think green.
And we are, so it's not a complete $52,000 expenditure. There's an expectation, the truck we have, we can sell for $27,000. So the total expenditure is, and we have a budget for 35, thank you.
What is the repair that's needed for it?
It's a big transmission repair.
Surprised you can get that much for it then.
We've got it. I've got it in an email. Somebody said that they would give us that much.
All right.
And this is one where, again, fealty to our prior requisition policy, procurement ordinance, kind of led the staff down a path of doing this request for a bid process on something that doesn't really lend itself to that. There's a lot of public market information available about the cost of vehicles. And when you only have responding to bids, two organizations that appear to have nothing to do with auto sales, kind of tells you something. And there's a reason I think that there was one bid that is, you know, it was about at least 15,000 higher than you could see as the market price for this very similar vehicle. So we just got to demonstrate, you know, present evidence of what the MSRP and their organizations are willing to sell at the MSRP or less, and then we can negotiate, and that should be able to come out under that amount. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Audit Committee Chairman and Ways and Means Committee Chairman.
So this next issue is about approving a proposal from Maudlin and Jenkins, our financial auditors, to do an internal controls assessment / audit.
Yes, so the town undergoes an annual financial audit, and it's every 5 years we go for solicit a new auditor, and we do that. In addition to this, we want to add in addition to it, a new step to further enhance our internal controls. In May, the audit committee met a couple of representatives from the Maudlin Jenkins Governmental Advisory Group that actually they specialize in this kind of engagements. They attached is the proposal, what they will do for us, and they will focus on the internal control and compliance. They will evaluate our current internal control and how effective they are, identify any gaps and risk in financial processes. They will assess governance practices related to financial oversight, looking at our accounting manual, procurement policies, and other procedures related to the financial operations, and then provide the recommendations to how to improve on those. This engagement is going to be about 16 to 18 weeks, and will right now they pretty much priced it at $35,000, which is comparable to our financial audit. We're going to propose that will start at the same time at the financial audit, even though it's a different group, but it's going to be easier on staff pulling different information. We'll just pull more samples. That's pretty much it. Well, they also in the proposal, they mentioned that if you want, then we can extend it to another areas such as cybersecurity or HR policies, but there will be additional cost, and we can do it after we finish this one to see.
So they're going to test procedures and test controls?
Correct.
Yep. This is what we've discussed
Yes.
for a
That's-
long
yeah,
while now. Finally executing on
I'm
this.
all for it, yeah.
So, well,
Yes, specifically around like our new procurement policy, that would be on the list, and our other accounting policies and procedures. Again, we've got a list of about 6 different things we want to test, but we're probably going to do 2 or 3 this time. And we wouldn't have to do this every year. This would be kind of, it's not a one and done, but it's one every couple years or determined. And then maybe next year we do the other 3, like human resources, like legal and regulatory compliance, things like that. That would be down the road.
I would entertain a motion to go forward with the internal controls audit from Malden and Jenkins.
So moved?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dorota. Mr. Chairman, I think we can handle the last 3 matters together.
Yes, and we did this in Ways and Means. So the contract with Phillips and Jordan for disaster debris removal, contract with Southern Disaster for disaster debris removal, and a contract for Tetra Tech, I had the same problem, for disaster debris monitoring, which is counting the number of trucks, the debris that's removed. So we consider all these together, and the Ways and Means Committee submit all these for approval by Town Council.
Yes, thank you. So just a real quick background, these contracts that we have, they're extensions. We're requesting extensions for these contracts today. We've already had them for 3 years. We've actually had a contract with Phillips and Jordan for quite longer than that, maybe about 15 years. But again, these are just up for their 1-year extensions. There's no changes to the contract itself. And these are contracts that we have to have. They're required by FEMA, which we heard earlier. Who knows what's going on with FEMA these days? But as of right now, they're required by FEMA for us to have any type of reimbursement or be eligible for any reimbursement if we meet the thresholds of a natural disaster. So two of these are for debris management. The companies that will go in and pick up the debris, move them to a pre-authorized debris staging area, and then the Tetra Tech is a debris monitor, is basically just checking the loads and make sure that everything is being accurately reported, so that we have proper documentation to submit to FEMA when we're asking for reimbursement. So we hope that we never have to use these, but they're certainly necessary for us to have in our back pocket.
And there is no financial commitment associated with these unless and until they're activated.
Correct. Right. These are standby contracts.
Would you like to make a motion that we approve?
Did I make a motion already? No. So I move we approve these 3 contracts altogether.
Second.
Any further discussion?
So I'm just out of curiosity, it's really not a question. So is the inspector and the disposal going to be different rates for contaminated or potentially contaminated debris? And is that going to be the inspector's call for deciding where it goes, which landfill?
So the debris monitor is the firm that is making sure that there's no contamination. They're inspecting loads as they come in. Basically, they'll be in big scaffolding towers and looking down into the loads of the truck, and they'll be making sure that all of that type of debris is segregated coming in, and then ends up getting into two different locations on the debris site.
Good. I just want to make sure that we're not going to be spending more than we have to if it's not contaminated. And
right.
Okay. All right.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
That concludes the new business items. The next agenda item is citizen comments on any matter. Ms. Gallagher.
Sherry Gallagher, 119 Spartina, and Kika Board Director. Just to clarify the beach management ordinance on the walkovers, when you were voting today, did you in fact vote to add the language about ramps are required? Okay, so the only thing you changed today was removing the word quickly.
Yeah, yes.
I just wanted to be sure. Sometimes I hear what I want to hear. And I just wanted to clear, because we are, as you know, Kika is revisiting our policy, and we would love to work together with you to make this the best policy ever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But can I ask Mayor Bell, did we agree that we would put that on the next agenda for July to review that language?
I don't know that it's necessarily going to go in the next, was agreement that we would look at whether there would additional ordinance changes that would be needed as a result of what Kika's putting in place and any conversations we may have with Kika.
Right. Just like I said, it's more than Kika, though. I mean, there's lots of people building boardwalks.
Well, okay, yes, you're right, because the resort owns boardwalks. Kika owns most of the boardwalks, but there are 38 or 39 of them, and Kika only owns 24 or 25, something like that. So, yes, good point. Thank you. Mr. Willoughby.
Hi, Sherry begged me to go first. Go second, actually. I'll try and keep it quick, though. I've already asked the question about EMS and the fact that EMS in the island hasn't been increased for a number of years, and we have more residents on the island. And do you want to have more influence on the island? So that is a question I'd ask you to raise whenever you have an opportunity to. Secondly, my understanding is the fire service does not have the capacity to transport people. That is unusual, is my understanding, for the county of Charleston. Other counties do. I don't know why that is not the case. Okay, I'll just run with these. I don't expect answers immediately. Another one is, our charitable donations have stood at $200,000 a year for many, many years. I think it would double if you basically, from 200,000 to 400,000, if you took into account inflation and our growth in income. I just wonder why that has not been increased over the years. It may be to do with a regulation, but regulations can be changed. Also, I would like to comment on the budget. The surplus forecast for 25 versus 25's budget is forecast at a positive 4.4 million variance. That's a lot. I understand that roughly half of that variance is because of one-off factors, but I would still say, year on year, we have surpluses against our budgets. Next year, interest income is going down. Our expenses are going up by $2 million. I would just ask, and I know other people on the board mentioned it, but can we not spend a budget? I know you probably won't, but just having a very conservative budget may lead to, a less of a discipline in terms of managing the expenses. I'll just throw it out there. And in fact, our salary cost has actually increased by 28% in forecast for 26 versus 24. That's not just a 10% increase that you're alluding to over 3 years, Russ. It's a 14% increase each year in salary costs. And I know we've had incremental staff. We've got one more coming in next year, but it is a large increase. My understanding is the town still has 1.6 million SATACs unallocated. I know you didn't vote on SATACs today. I note that Kika actually asked for $5,000 last year and were granted the $5,000. This year they've asked for nothing. I would ask you as citizens or members of the town to put pressure on Kika to accept money from the town. Kika, the island, puts up with the stresses and strains of tourism, but it doesn't really benefit from the SATACs. And we have, my understanding is 1.6 unallocated. Is that the case? Mr. Finance?
Pretty close.
Chair?
Yeah, pretty close.
So we have 1.6 million surplus and SATACs that I'm just suggesting we don't know what to do with.
So just on that point, I have started discussions with the Lakes group at Kiko, and there may be an opportunity there. If you ask them what their big problems are, it's turbidity and oxygen in the water. And the oxygen, there's an issue with how deep the lake is, to be very quick. And he has a process, Matt Hill has a process where he does like to dredge the lagoons. And that might be someplace where we can help them with their expenditures through SATEX money. Because it's flood control, flooding, and erosion all kind of combined. So we've started discussions about that. So thank you very much.
And it could be things like, you know, there are things like wheelchairs with big wheels that can be employed on the beach for people with disabilities to actually be pushed along the beach, or lifts for the boardwalks, you know, electric lifts. They may be unsightly, but anyway, I'll leave it with you. I don't want to go on.
Thank you.
And then medical center, what is the status on that? I notice we've budgeted another 200,000, so what are we going to pay them now? 800,000? Have we done cumulatively?
Just on that one, Larry, the town council approved several years ago $1 million allocation to the MUSC, prorated over 5 budget cycles, 200,000 per year. This year reflects the last year of that commitment.
So we'll have paid them $1 million, but there's no development yet. What is the status on the development?
The MUSC, it's going to be open here before the end of the year.
In a year, okay.
No, before the end of the year.
Yeah,
It's
this year.
you can go
This
over
year,
and
I was
visit.
unaware of that, sorry. Okay.
Larry, it's just past
Okay,
Seafields.
fine,
It's
okay.
actually almost built.
And it's supposed to be for reflection, Gordon, isn't that correct?
Garden.
Healing, Gordon, healing.
Well, it's not for that. That was just simply, you know, kind of the, like, rather than naming rights.
Okay, and just finally, utilization of the electric charging stations. I know that was an issue a while ago. What is the current utilization rate? I mean, are they a success, basically, or not?
It is being utilized, but we just don't have that rate available for you today.
I know a
but it
gentleman
is.
once commented
Pardon me?
a gentleman once about a year ago commented on the utilization rate.
Yeah, we're getting good. We're getting pretty decent use.
But I just
from it.
wonder, you know, was it a success? I think at one stage I worked out it was 3%. Just my
I don't know what you
calculation,
mean
but
by
I know.
success, Larry.
Sorry?
I mean, but
Right.
we don't know the.
okay,
don't
yeah,
have,
please come back to me.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah.
the charity, the most relevant one I would like you to consider is the charitable donation.
Well, in the net, we just approved the budget on the second reading, so
Okay.
next year, we can certainly, that's a reasonable comment, and we should think about whether we can be even more supportive of the local community in that regard, and I think that's a
I
good
know
comment.
we've had applications for
Okay,
SATEX
yes.
from baseball teams and whatever, but I think the charities are important. So thank you.
Any other citizen comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to enter executive session to receive legal advice related to pending litigation matter involving Captain Sam Spit.
So moved. Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
No, that's not a good sign.
Again, not a big deal. Had anything,
What do you need?
I have a piece of paper we passed back and forth that I can't find that I don't think had anything,
Are you passing notes in school again?
yes. Yes. You want to be down on our end of the dais.
Happy birthday to me, too.
Happy birthday coming up.
Who's supposed to know that?
Would entertain a motion that we exit executive session and return to regular session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There were no decisions made, no actions taken during executive session. We are now on council member comments. Are there any final council member comments? Hearing none, we are adjourned.